500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, listen, you can have Philly fast, reliable internet when you switch to Fios. How do I know? I got a family at 5. Everyone's got a device. Trust me, it is reliable. It is fast. And for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You know how incredible that is. Get unlimited welcome for just $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And get this, I'm not done. You can add Fios 300 megabits for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. So here's the deal. You want Philly fast, reliable internet for the entire family? Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic network. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic and times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, Election Day, November 4th, 2025. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Sean Serino in for Phil Lomquist. He and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Election Day. Yeah. Election Day, baby. Let's go. Also, Michael Pelka His prep email just came out. National Vodka Day. Elections and vodka.
I don't like vodka.
Do we need anything more in this lifetime? Good morning, Dawn Senslin.
Good morning. Polls are officially open in New Jersey.
That is right.
Go vote, New Jersey.
So if you're in New Jersey, if you're in Philadelphia, if you're in New York, if you're in Virginia, if you're in California, and you vote red, here's what you have to do.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
Except you're going to vote for Jack Chittarelli or Mr. Dugan or Winsome Earl Sears and Jason Mieres or Curtis Sliwa, perhaps even Andrew Cuomo to prevent Mamdani from destroying what's left of New York. But we'll get into it. Hello, Gregory.
Yes, go vote. And I'm not a propaganda, so I don't give a crap who you vote for. Just get out and vote. Please go vote. A woman in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, was waiting for a shipment of medicine and medical supplies. Yeah. Okay, so they had a, she was getting medicine sent to her house by one of those GoodRx plans that Hara was talking about yesterday. When it finally arrived, she ripped the box open and found that it was filled with human arms and fingers instead.
Ew! Like pickled and preserved, or just like bloody and...
In a mason jar?
Christian County Coroner Scott Daniel confirmed the incident, saying the box was originally meant for surgical training. Somewhere between an airline, a freight company, and a courier, the package was misrouted, turning a routine delivery into what could easily be interpreted as a threat from the mob. I didn't even think about that.
That's true.
I didn't even think about that.
I was thinking like the lab monkeys that got loose in the laboratory.
Yeah, well, the mob used to put the horse heads, right? In people's beds.
That's true.
Daniel personally showed up at the woman's home to collect the remains and store them in the morgue until the courier retrieved them the next morning. The woman, after an understandably sleepless night, eventually received her correct shipment of medical supplies.
When you die, Stalker, do you want your body to be used for experiments like this?
Absolutely.
Would you love to have your fingers show up on some lady's porch?
Absolutely, no. with a giant middle one right there. Right there. That's how I want to be known. Right there. That right there. How about that?
Even in death.
I love sticking people. Authorities say they're not entirely sure what the body parts were intended for. Maybe they were surgical practice. Maybe they were for research. One thing is for sure, they were not intended to be dropped off on a random woman's doorstep like it was an Amazon delivery.
Yep. Everybody thinks Amazon's the way to go, huh?
Yep.
Amazon getting rid of more humans, replacing more hardworking Americans with robots. I read that yesterday. Amazon will be all artificial intelligence in no time. You watch. It'll be very little human operation with that big company.
Are you saying that Jeff Bezos' wife is like a Stepford wife? Is she really a robot?
She could be.
By the way, can we comment real fast on the transformation of Jeff Bezos turning into like a skinny nerd into like Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's amazing what HGH can do for the body.
I was just going to say that.
Here's the thing. There is proof that not that I'm encouraging this because I never would, but I'm just saying there's proof that when somebody gets a divorce and then gets remarried,
they become hot.
That, yes, oftentimes.
It's usually the chick.
Or the guy, too.
Really?
And that they get wealthier, they get more success. Because it's like, they're reborn, if you will.
Reinvigorated.
Yes.
Don't call it a comeback, right?
It's not just Bezos' look; it's also his voice too. He's his voice went down an octave. That's like testosterone. No,
well, or coaching.
Or
Lauren, his wife.
Maybe he's got the same voice coach as Gavin Newsom.
Well, she has a television background.
Oh,
so she's saying breathe from down here, in your gut and.
Well, Gavin Newsom
do some exercises.
Yeah, the tongue drills.
Gavin Newsom's a little that fake thing that people do whenever they say Hispanic names. God, I detest that. Gavin Newsom has more of the gravelly voice.
He does.
Bezos' voice actually went down.
Yeah. He found his manhood.
Yeah.
His testicles finally dropped.
Oh,
nice work out of him. There you go. Boy, that was an opening for us, Joe. How about that?
Testicles dropping?
Yeah,
the poll's opening.
It's a testicle Tuesday. We have a lot to get to. Big take, Election Day.
Yep.
I will officially go on the record, make my predictions.
Uh-oh.
Can't wait.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, we'll get to that. Also, Trump's Title 50 shadow war against narco-terrorists, although I don't really think it's a shadow war. I'm all for it, but painting it as a shadow war when you're posting videos of boats blowing up on social media, I don't know that's necessarily a clandestine operation. We'll get into that. And then also, last night, most of America that has YouTube TV was not able to watch the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football.
Oh, my God. How did we ever survive?
Over 10 million people blacked out unless you went to, like, Fubo TV or these Fugazi low-level streaming devices. But kind of just a big picture look at what everybody used to claim was, oh, it's great value. I stream this and I stream that and I binge this and I binge that. Yeah, you're going to be bled to death, and it's starting to happen. So,
are you starting to regret your pivot to
yes,
to YouTube TV?
Yes,
Are you?
I want all the apps gone. I want all the remotes gone. I was told that technology would make life more convenient and more cost effective.
Yeah,
it does the opposite.
It does.
It does the opposite. We have to talk about this today.
You know what's funny? 6ABC has not been on my TV for I guess a week, and I have not even noticed a difference. I could care less.
Yeah,
I absolutely care less.
I don't know.
ESPN, I guess, is not on my TV anymore. Again, I could absolutely care less.
Yeah. All right.
What's your personality? Are you the cheap one who does stuff with the commercials, or do you just get frustrated and go, "All right, that's it. I'm paying the $26.99, no commercial."
Sometimes on YouTube TV there are some commercials that you can skip.
I can't take it.
But then it takes you to like this stupid Zen thing where you see like a waterfall, and it's like,
I'd rather have that than an actual commercial.
yeah. See, commercials don't bother me. They bother my whole family. My girls can't stand them. My wife can't stand them. My wife cannot sit through a commercial break on TV, on radio. It doesn't matter.
You got to lay down the law and tell our sweetie that's how your bills are paid here.
Been saying that for 17 years.
Without commercials.
Yeah.
This lovely estate that we have in Bluebell, Pennsylvania, on this country club would not be possible without commercials and
without Greg Stop
and the great sponsors
and without Don Stenzel.
and the great sponsors that support our program.
I know
every day, like Piazza Auto Group, who I know is a sponsor for this.
If they were Piazza commercials with the beautiful luxury vehicles, we wouldn't care.
No.
The Nissans that Nick and his wife got, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that deal that Kristen got on the
gosh,
that Piazza
0%?
Auto Group
Down?
is made possible by commercials.
Yes, and by Dan Piazza.
Sorry, I don't mean to go off on
I love it.
your wife. That's just
I go off on her every day. Sometimes multiple times.
That's not what I meant to do. But I'm just saying I want to stick up for commercials.
Exactly right.
But then my husband busted me because he was like, why do we have 2 monthly payments? Because what happens is he's the cheap one. And so then he realized that at some point I was watching some show with the boys, and I'm like, that's it. I'm getting the no commercial. So then Larry's like, why are we paying?
Because
we're paying double.
Yep. Yeah.
Because he already had the cheapo one, and then I couldn't take it.
I gotta tell you guys, if you're gonna invest in a streaming platform, get the best tier of it because you might as well get you might as well get the best experience for it.
I agree. All right, let's get down to business. Polls are open. Election Day 2025.
We want to hear from you, too, if you're voting in New Jersey, Pennsylvania. Don't forget about Pennsylvania. There's an election in Pennsylvania, too, that's going to determine the Supreme Court justices. So make sure
correct.
In Philadelphia, Dugan and
that's right.
Grasser.
You have the governor's race in Virginia, the attorney general in Virginia, the mayoral race in New York, 3 retention votes in Pennsylvania with Weck, Donahue, and Doherty, a.k.a. No.
Which is a great ad.
It's so... I thought the Big Lou theme was my favorite commercial until I heard that one.
Yeah.
Yep. We, of course, have California with Proposition 50 with redistricting, and, of course, Jack, and, of course, Larry Krasner in Philadelphia.
And then I get this 5:53. Dawn, good morning to you, Nick and Greg. Fran O'Donnell here, asking for a little plug as I run for White Marsh supervisor today. This is Montgomery County.
Yeah.
Fran used to own, remember the little O'Doodle's toy shop in Chestnut Hill? It was family toy shop. Fran's family owned that.
Oh.
And so if you remember that, it was like Thomas the Train and all those old school kind of wooden toys.
Okay.
For many generations.
Oh, that's cool.
So he's trying to restore balance to the supervisory board there as the only Republican. They haven't had one for like 11 years.
Okay.
Fran O'Donnell giving us, this is what, like, I'm getting the texts and DMs, you know what I mean, from everybody.
Well, best of luck to Fran O'Donnell.
Yeah, Fran.
Every vote counts, and all elections are local, and you're illustrating it right there.
So
there you go.
Yeah, because depending on where you are, if you're in New Jersey, as we said at the top of the hour, polls opened 10 minutes ago in New Jersey. Good morning. This is Kayal and Company News Live. We're always up early before the crack of dawn for you. Piazza Auto Group sponsoring our first edition news on this Tuesday, as Greg would say, Election Day, November 4th, 47 degrees, sunny, breezy with a high of 63, but going down to 43 and in the burbs 30 in some areas, in the outlying areas. So make sure you cover that tender vegetation this evening, depending on where you are. We've got a West Philadelphia woman. She says that she was targeted not once, but twice in the past couple of days by porch pirates. So this is being investigated right now, I should say right now, as Mrs. Hibbard, Christine Hibbard, says these thefts have been happening. Greg Stocker showed some of these shameless porch pirates the other day, and people, mostly moms, as they were in hoodies, not even dressed up for Halloween, the packages being stolen. And Mrs. Hibbard is very, very upset about this. She's in the Fishtown section of Philadelphia. So I don't know why this is picking up across the suburbs and across the city of Philadelphia, but police telling us protect your packages.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Halloween candy or Amazon packages. I don't really ever purchase anything myself off of Amazon. The only thing that I know that I get are razor blades, but Kristen does all the orders through her account. Can you put in like a special note saying leave on back porch or toss over the fence or something?
They encourage you to do that.
Okay.
They'll even, if you have a wire, some vehicles, you can tell them to put it in the trunk of your car.
Oh.
If you have a remote entry or something, you can give them a code.
Yeah.
So you can give them the code to your garage door if you feel comfortable doing that. You can leave a big box.
I've also noticed, too, that there is no consistency with the delivery of the packages. Sometimes when Kristen gets something from Amazon, they're on the front porch propped up against the door. Sometimes they're propped up against the garage door. Other times they're like right in front of my wife's SUV, between the SUV and the garage door. I think it just depends on who your delivery driver is.
And sometimes, to your point, they've done it where obviously they're trying to hide it, so they'll prop it up against the garage door. The problem is if somebody's in the garage, they can run it over. That's happened in my house.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Backs out and just crushes a box.
Mom, I ran over your pot that you ordered.
David.
Oh, David. Still haven't heard from him. Police saying they're still trying to track down those two subjects. We showed this to you yesterday, and it was on Greg Stocker's Fight Club special cut sheet yesterday as well, trying to track down these two guys in a fight that ended with this officer being injured. The officer was trying to break up this pizzeria fight. It was a Domino's pizza shop fight. This is South Jersey. Glassboro police still looking for these two guys. So we showed you they were able to do a freeze frame of the two subjects, one of whom is accused of throwing a chair as an officer, one of the officers who was trying to, stop this huge battle going on there at the Domino's on Rowan Boulevard. Large fight happened over the weekend. Officer still recovering. I don't have the report if the officer suffered any kind of a concussion. I believe that I had read in one report it was a mild concussion. I also don't know if he was cut because the chair has metal, heavy metal legs. So I don't know if his head was there was a gash, or was this a concussion caused by the weight of the chair? But one of the officers trying to make an arrest suffered this injury. The guy threw the chair at the back of his head. And so they obviously want to catch these guys. Yeah. And it's horrible.
They need to throw the book of these animals, honestly. Like I'm tired of coddling these people because they probably go home, they have no supervision or whatever. The parents are absentee or, working or whatever. And nothing happens to them. Yep. And there's no consequences. They'll get a slap on the wrist because they're juveniles. They're juveniles.
Yep.
Throw the effing book at them. Stop.
This was Glassboro, correct?
Yes.
What's happening in Glassboro, New Jersey?
I wonder if any of these were Rowan University students. I was thinking about that. Like, why would they be open and up at 2 a.m. unless I don't know
Halloween?
I don't know. Well, Halloween, yeah, but
Weekend?
What?
I mean, it wasn't Halloween day, but
I mean, Domino's being open that late. I'm thinking, I wonder if it's connected to the campus or within the campus vicinity that maybe they're open later because of college kids. That's the only thing I could think of last night when I was thinking about the story.
Well, I don't think if you remember the mugshot, Sean. I don't know if we have it from yesterday.
Were they younger than college kids?
Do you still have it from
No,
yesterday?
They could be. I mean, because college kids are, let's say, 18 through early 20s.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'd have to actually get the actual location of that Domino's in relation to the campus.
He doesn't have it. It's probably in the deleted folder from yesterday if there is one. But I'm if I remember correctly, the faces they look like kids. You know,
they were definitely young.
Like high school kids.
Okay, well,
I don't know.
but they could, if you're 18, 19, and you're a freshman.
Yeah.
That's possible as well.
Yep.
So we have that going on. By the way, we did have more news.
Sean has it here.
Oh, you got it, Sean?
I believe so. Yeah, he's loading it up right now.
While he's loading it up, just give me the heads up. While he's loading it up, I'll just tell you another news conference.
There we go.
Yeah,
There we go.
yeah. I
Those
guess
could be college kids.
Yeah, they could be college kids. You're right.
18, 19
Yeah.
ish.
Yep.
I've been I'm so far out of the game. I'm like, they look like kids.
They look like they're 12.
Yeah, I know. They could definitely be college kids.
Yeah, I could see
High
18.
school seniors,
Yep.
freshmen. It's right in that
There you go.
realm.
But if anybody has any information on these punks,
Yeah. So never happened at a Little Caesars, by the way.
yeah, I think the biggest crime was going to Domino's. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's a sin.
Ugh.
So there's the description. I don't know that there's a reward yet, by the way, for this, but I suspect there will be one coming.
$1 billion.
Officers still recovering. Well, sometimes these rewards, even $1,000 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That
Domino's
get
should
somebody
offer
to
up
come out.
a $1,000 gift card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're a college kid and you know who that. I mean, obviously, if
good
you know
eating.
those guys, you know who that is.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
One of them yesterday, Justin Otero thought the blue sweatshirt hoodie looked like something that was for like the fraternities.
Oh,
rushing. So that was a good call by. So if somebody's going through that frat, they know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They know
Domino's is big in the college dorm.
Oh yeah.
Contingency.
Oh,
God.
Five slices around 11 p.m. at night, and you wake up Saturday morning around noon, 11:30,
carbs and grease.
finish the other
Nasty.
three. Yeah.
We have State Attorney General Dave Sunday, and flanked by, and he hosted this news conference yesterday. It was 11:30 a.m.-ish about, and hosting this, giving the update on Operation Clean Sweep. Just want to headline that because Operation Clean Sweep continues now between Pennsylvania State Police, from the Attorney General's level at the state, but also Commissioner Bethel here in Philadelphia. We had all of the district attorneys from Bucks County. By the way, Jen Shorn, one of those individuals in Bucks County, the district attorney we've talked a lot about, who has really cracked down incredibly with the task forces, cracking down on the pedophiles and the online predators. Jen Shorn, one of those individuals, up for re-election today. But we had Bucks, Delaware, Montgomery County. Like I say, Montgomery County, that's Kevin Steele, Democrat, so bipartisan group. Notably, Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner did not show up for this. But everybody else was there.
Right.
And neighboring police chiefs. I know our friend chief, I say friend because these are individuals we interview all the time, really. But Abington Police Chief Pat Malloy was also there. And like I say, Republicans and Democrats, but not Krasner.
Of course not. He wouldn't show up for this. He doesn't have to campaign. Doesn't have to spend a bunch of money on advertisements.
It's really unbelievable.
Just keeps getting reelected because
really
he's a Soros stooge.
It's really unbelievable. It really is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, he's Teflon Don.
I've never seen a more...
He's got a higher approval rating than Nick Sirianni.
Teflon, yes. Yeah.
I don't know about that. Maybe it's just the sort of the silent, the more that you don't show your face, the better, because they're not thinking about you. So maybe that's the strategy here.
I think that when Krasner gets reelected, I really think that we should stop reporting on murders and stuff and crimes that happen in Philadelphia. Because you know what? Screw them. Screw them.
Dawn's gonna have to alter her newscast format.
This is the third time. Let's concentrate on the suburbs because you know what? This is the third time that they're gonna reelect this guy.
Yeah.
So like they must want it.
Yeah,
they must want the crime. And
you want it, have them.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So don't come crying to us. Be like, oh, Philly is unsafe. I saw you got into it over the weekend, Nick, with somebody who was going after you about your crime stats.
Oh yeah. Some dude that couldn't understand ratios in basic math. I had to body bag him. It's just unbelievable.
Well, studying sports, in all seriousness, teaches you all the ratios, stats, right?
Yeah.
You have to do math.
Yeah.
If you get your boys and girls involved in sports.
Yeah, some Eagles fan that apparently must love voting for Larry Krasner's like, Philadelphia's not nearly as dangerous as Chicago. And it was in response to the graphic that we had from the Fox News map, where we compared Chicago to Philadelphia on a per 100,000 population
And you said
basis.
it was close.
It was almost identical.
Yes.
And he couldn't understand the fact that Chicago has more total people than Philadelphia.
But they do. You explained at the time.
Per 100,000, it's apples to apples. Yeah.
There it is.
But, you try to fight with people on Twitter. It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, but for this news conference yesterday, they talked about the 50 million doses of fentanyl seized in less than a year here in Pennsylvania. But you had, for example, the Delaware County DA, Jack Stolzheimer, talking about how his brother died after years of drug addiction, the fentanyl war, the war on drugs. So you had Democrats and Republicans there all invited together. What a great opportunity. You would think it was a great opportunity for anybody coming to talk about a victory, take a victory lap for all of us.
Yeah.
But everybody else did, I will say, to their credit, bipartisan, they did show up.
Okay.
So we had that going on. That was Operation Clean Sweep, and we continue to update that for you. Just another update real quick. Remember we talked about that crazy story of a college student who we still don't know why he was driving erratically right up there past Plymouth Meeting Mall and had, according to the video evidence and authorities, run over a Pennsylvania police officer multiple times, run over the on-duty officer. He just was released from the hospital, still recovering at home, though.
Good. This is the kid with the Mercedes G-Wagon that backed into him. Yeah.
Over and over. They
Yeah.
said a total of, I believe, 4 times.
Mm-hmm. He's lucky the officer didn't
goodness.
pull out his firearm.
He did. He shot at the vehicle.
Oh, that's right. He did.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
yeah. But we now know the identity of the officer, and so we're praying for the recovery. It's going to be a long road to recovery from what we're told. But Plymouth Meeting police officer Jake Hennessy, just want to give the name. He was released from Penn Pres, and when they do these hospital releases, they had to bring him out on a gurney, not just a wheelchair. Yeah. But this is a rough road to recovery. Okay, a long road, but everybody clapping and cheering for Officer Jake. So just want to give you the name, attach a name to that horrific situation. Officers never know, what they're going to face on a job, even if you think, oh, well, you're in the suburbs.
Mm-hmm.
You never face life-threatening situations.
Right. Can't let your guard down.
So we've got that going on. And quickly, I'll just talk, because we always talk about all the medical breakthroughs, and we talk about all of these obesity-type injections and drugs. Well, did you know that Pfizer now filing a second lawsuit against the competition? This is I'll call it a fat battle, PFAT, fat battle, Novo Nordisk and Metsera. This is a bidding war, apparently, over obesity biotech. So these guys are in this battle over, accusations of, well, you can't have a monopoly, you can't take this. We had the proprietary fat fighting, intel, if you will, but Pfizer filing a second lawsuit against these two, alleging that the Danish drug maker's attempt to outbid Pfizer to acquire the obesity biotech is anti-competitive.
Is Pfizer the company that created Ozempic?
Yeah.
Is that a Pfizer?
That's just it.
Creation?
I don't know that they created Nick. I think they're fighting over the technology.
Got it.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
And so, in other words, so they're saying that Pfizer was trying to buy it all up so that they would have a monopoly. These other companies are saying you're not allowed to have a monopoly.
Yeah.
You have to split it up.
Yeah, we studied a court case in college and undergrad on monopolies with big companies, and it was along the lines of big pharma, but you guys have heard of the company Procter & Gamble, right?
Of course.
I mean, you look on the back of any ingredients in the household aisle. I mean, Procter & Gamble, whether it's, toothpastes or body washes or deodorants or bleach and laundry detergent. I mean, they have a monopoly on so much. There was a big case about it years ago. So I think that's probably exactly what you're talking about here.
Yeah, so in this one, it's like I say, it's the fight fat over the technology. Pfizer alleges Ozempic maker Novo Nordisk proposed acquisition of Metsera would help it maintain its dominant position in this obesity market that obviously is huge by eliminating then a smaller potential competitor. And so in this one, the suit also alleges that Metsera's controlling shareholders conspired.
Can I just break in? Former Vice President Dick Cheney dead at 84.
So Richard Cheney.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nick, don't say it. Dick is dead.
That's right.
So Dick Cheney, Vice President under obviously George W. Bush.
Yep.
Born
has
January.
died at the age of 84.
January 30th, 1941. Dead at 84, November 4th, 2025.
And many say the architect and the one who was instrumental in talking George W. Bush into moving forward with the Gulf War, Saddam Hussein.
It's an understatement.
and so
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll come up throughout the day.
Yeah.
Dick Cheney, obviously Liz Cheney's dad.
Yep. Rest in peace, Mr. WMD.
So we got that going on. So we will continue. Obviously, it's Election Day. Polls in New Jersey opened 26 minutes ago. You have no excuse. Polls in New Jersey are open much longer. Here in Pennsylvania, the polls open 7 o'clock. So you have a little time to get to the polls. And here in Pennsylvania, open 13 hours. So you have from 7 a.m. until 8 o'clock tonight, all these local races. I know we'll talk about it. And one final thing I'll say is that our young friends just out of Philadelphia Community College, that's Ian McGee and Frank Scales, they are out and about at the polls just talking to people.
Oh,
they
nice.
said that they would call in.
Good.
If so,
Yes.
so we talked. I had them on yesterday. I said, please just give us little updates.
Yep.
And as well, many of you, if you're out and about,
please do call in.
Call
if you're
in.
a listener, you voted. Give us the lay of the land, what the lines are like, what the vibe is like. If Mark Fusetti's out there, anybody that's connected to the station or show that's got any intel and reporting, let's do it.
It doesn't have to just be New Jersey. If you voted in PA, let us
right.
know too. Philadelphia especially. Especially, I would love to hear how the lines are in Philadelphia.
here's the headline on Dick Cheney on CNN. Dick Cheney, influential Republican vice president to George W. Bush, dies. And then they go on to talk about how he was the ill-fated architect of the War on Terror. Talking about, so it's actually their lead, faulty assumptions by Dick Cheney.
I'm curious about how they position this. Two different networks. I'm interested in how Fox does it because Fox used to love Dick Cheney, but then he went against Trump, so then they didn't love Dick Cheney anymore. And on the other side, places like CNN and stuff like that, they used to hate Dick Cheney. He used to be Darth Vader, and then he went against Trump, and then they loved Dick Cheney. So I'm curious to see how the memorial in memoriam goes on both networks because of his kind of change of heart there at the end of his life.
It's also fascinating, too, how lifelong Republicans and lifelong conservatives view that administration versus this current administration or Trump 1.0 or Trump 2.0. Because you look at Bush and Cheney and Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice and all the people that propped up the military-industrial complex and, used 9/11 as a reason to go to Afghanistan and Iraq versus a large chunk of MAGA, which are anti-war, which don't like the Bushes. So that's also a fascinating dynamic, too, within and I'm talking about lifelong Republicans, not people that just became Republicans when Trump came in, which is how I grew up. I became a Republican because of Trump, things like that, versus the people that, that are older than me, that have had, more skins on the wall with voting and voting for Reagan in the 80s and things like that. I think that's a fascinating dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, CNN's pulling no punches, to your point about it, because in the first sentence they say, architect of the war on terror helped lead the country into the ill-fated Iraq war on faulty assumptions, has died. So even before they say that he died, that's the line
What a legacy.
leading into, yes.
What a legacy. Oh, man.
So CNN, geez, the guy just died. Could you at least,
the body's not even cold yet.
Right.
All right, we really have to break.
So let me just, Piazza Auto Group sponsoring us. Find Acura lease deals, finance offers, special programs at your local Piazza Acura dealer, Ardmore, Westchester, Reading. Browse inventory online, including the all-new ADX. PiazzaAcura.com. Killing Company, News Live, breezy but sunny. Do we have rain?
Oh, I hope not.
To deter voters, Nick?
I do not see rain, Dawn. Currently 45 degrees, going up to just over 60. Plenty of sunshine today, and it'll continue throughout the rest of the week. A little bit cooler on Thursday in the 50s, and then we're back up to 62, 63 for your Friday and Saturday. A little bit of rain coming on Sunday. All right, we'll come back.
Michael Pelka.
What?
Crap, now I have to change my 2026 death pool.
Oh,
stop.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Michael.
Come on, Michael.
I didn't have Cheney. No. I got to admit, I did not have, he was off the grid. More ways than one. Kayal and Company, the big take, Election Day in America. It is next. Stay there.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-1313. 800-791-1313.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on November 5th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh yeah, Kayal and Company, 6:35. We are live here on a Tuesday morning, Election Day 2025. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps and watch the show live on YouTube. Cut sheet 745. Matt Rooney in studio. One last time this morning at 8:30, talking all things New Jersey as we have Election Day 2025 to get into. Going to be a late night tonight. Rooney, along with, I believe, Dom, anchoring our election night coverage.
That is correct. Starting at 7 p.m., Matt Rooney will be at Jack Chitterelli headquarters there in Somerset, New Jersey, I believe, at Best Western or Hilton or something like that.
And Dom will be on Krasner's couch.
And Dom will be back here in the studio quarterbacking. So live election night coverage all night tonight, starting at 7 p.m.
You know, I would pay at least $149.99 plus tax to see Dom broadcast from Larry Krasner's driveway.
Yeah, me too.
Would be glorious.
Me too.
That would be pay-per-view. All right, let's get down to business. Time for a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Staples, Election Day in America. You know, sandwiched between the 2024 presidential election and the 2026 midterms is a very important election year. And the 1210 WPHT audience is once again smack dab in the middle of the drama and the suspense. Polls are telling one story. The prediction markets are telling a completely different tale. And all candidates have had ample time to tell their story. Now it's time for voters to write a new story or continue with another chapter of the same old story. The most toxic DA in America is right here in Pennsylvania, Larry Krasner. Mikey Sherrill, a.k.a. Kamala Harris 2.0 in New Jersey. Abigail Spanberger, the Mikey Sherrill of Virginia. Zohran Mamdani, the socialist in the Big Apple's new social experiment, all favored to win. And all predicted to win with ease, according to the prediction markets. In fact, according to Polymarket yesterday afternoon, there was an 88% chance at a Democratic sweep across the board. But polls are showing a different story, at least in New Jersey, as many are expecting a super tight race in Jack Chitterelli's second swing at leading the Garden State. In 2021, Jack Chitterelli lost to Phil Murphy. He overperformed and outpaced the polls, coming within about 2.8 to 3.2 points of winning. However, his loss was the first time a Democrat won re-election in New Jersey since 1977. The latest Emerson poll, conducted just a day ago, has Mikey Sherrill leading, but only by 2 points, well within the margin of error. In Philadelphia, Larry Krasner is on the verge of another term, somehow, some way. Krasner garnered 72% of the votes 4 years ago in 2021 as he won a second term. But this time, he's up against the Democrat that he just defeated in the primary, Judge Pat Dugan, who is running as a Republican, but still remains a massive underdog. And then, of course, all eyes will be on New York, not only for what it means for the next handful of years, but what it means in 2026, 2028, and beyond, as America's battle between capitalism and socialism enters the main event. Virginia will be fascinating as well. Glenn Youngkin is termed out, but only won re-election 4 years ago by 1.9 points. His lieutenant governor, Winsome Earl Sears, is trailing in most polls by 6, 8, 10, even 12 points. And we have seen the pendulum swing many times in many races in the last 3, 4, 5 years. And during the Trump era of politics, the unlikely, the improbable, has become reality. Trump had a 2% chance to beat Hillary Clinton, and then it happened. Trump was politically dead after January 6th, only to rise from the political ashes. The red wave of 2022 was merely a pink trickle. Kamala Harris was supposed to win Iowa by 3 points. Trump won it by 13. But those are Trump heroics. None of these Republicans are Trump, not even close. Is Jack ready to pull off a Dave McCormick? Or is he destined to be like Mastriano and Oz? The narratives and the storylines, the comparisons, they are endless. You can go out on a limb and make all sorts of predictions, and right now, it's all it is, predictions. Harry Enton of CNN, he breaks down the first big electoral test of Donald Trump's second term. He did so yesterday on CNN for all of these big races. Listen and watch this.
I mean, the common denominator here is Donald Trump, and Democrats are on the precipice of delivering a huge blow to Donald Trump in his second term. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just look? Democrats lead all the key races. You go to New Jersey governor. That's really the only close one. Mikey Sherrill, the Democrat, up by 6 points. Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, up by 10. Zohran Mamdani, up by 16 points in New York City. The bottom line is this. Yes, there are ideological differences between the Democrats, but the key common component is they are all going after Donald Trump. And all the Democrats lead from New Jersey to Virginia to New York City. They all lead the Republican and independent opponents.
How much is he impacting the cases? Never mind that they want to beat him in their minds. It's sort of like, hey, this is to show you that we can beat you. But how much is he affecting these?
I mean, look, Donald Trump is a huge, huge drag in all of these races. Look at his net popularity ratings. In New Jersey, he's 11 points underwater. Virginia, 14 points underwater. Not much of a big surprise in New York. He's 35 points underwater. And I will note nationally in my aggregate polls, he's about 13 points underwater. In our CNN poll, he's way below that, which looks a lot like New Jersey, a lot like Virginia. So these races, in my mind, could be huge bellwethers going into next year to understanding how Donald Trump is impacting these races. He is a huge, huge drag in across the board, New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City.
Do these races tell us anything about the midterm as to what happens here and what might happen in the midterm?
Yeah, okay. So, I was mentioning, of course, Donald Trump being a huge drag, right? He's at his second term lows, not just in our CNN poll, but across the different polls that we were looking at this weekend. And why is it that these races are so important? Well, go back through history, jump in that DeLorean. Look at what has happened when Democrats sweep New York City, New Jersey, and Virginia governor. They won the U.S. House the next year 5 out of 5 times in the last 90 years. You go all the way back to the FDR administration. So the bottom line is this. When Democrats do well in these off-year elections, when they sweep New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City, historically speaking, that means they go on to win the U.S. House of Representatives the next time around. And when we're in this national polarized environment and Donald Trump is as unpopular as he is, I think that history is likely to hold if, in fact, Democrats do sweep tomorrow, which at this point looks more likely than not.
We will have to see. We also have some new polling.
All right, there you go. Harry Enton from CNN. You know what's amazing about all of this? And he lays it out there. Krasner, Sherrill, Mamdani, they are making it about Trump. Yet Jack, Dugan, and others are making it about the people. But sometimes stupid wins. Sometimes voters are clueless. And sometimes bad candidates win. And I think that explains the Democrats right now. 2 liberal women, a socialist, and a Soros stooge. So if history holds, how does it happen? Because money isn't necessarily an indicator for guaranteeing victory. We saw Kamala outspend Trump, and she got swept in the 7 swing states. Axios reporting the following headline. Democrats are outpacing the GOP in ad spending for Tuesday's elections. They write, Virginia's Abigail Spanberger has spent $50 million compared to Winsome Earl Sears and her $25 million. Mikey Sherrill has spent $61 million to Jack Ciattarelli's $41 million. But it's about energy, not polls, not prediction markets, not big money donor dumps. It's about energized bases, winning the independents and the middle of the electorate. Can we honestly say that Republicans have been energized? Yeah, you go down to the shore, they look energized. But don't live in just one pocket of the 1210 WPHT audience within New Jersey. The whole state matters. The whole state is in play. And I don't expect anybody to energize you the way Donald Trump does. Jack Ciattarelli seems like a very good person. I've met Jack twice. I've been to one of his rallies on November 2nd of 2024, the Saturday before Trump's big election victory over Kamala that following Tuesday. But is he anything more, honest question, is Jack Ciattarelli anything more than a decent to good politician and campaigner? Here are my predictions. from most likely to happen to the closest results. I think Larry Krasner will get about 65% of the vote in Philadelphia and remain DA. Remember, 4 years ago, he got 72%. I think that's going to come down. I think you have the Kata Scott factor hovering over his reelection bid, but he wins, I think, by a 2-1 margin. In New York City, I think Mamdani will get at least 45% of the vote. I think Cuomo will be in the 30s and Curtis Lee will be in the teens. I expect Mamdani to win by anywhere of 6, 8, 10, 12 points. I think 6 to 8 points is about right. In Virginia, I expect Spanberger to win by about 6 to 8 points, leaving us with New Jersey, which I think is the main event. Jack lost by just about 3 points, or just there under the first time around. Common sense leads you to believe that he should be well within the margin again, but it's a numbers game. While New Jersey has become more red in every single county since 2020, they still trail Democrats by 800,000 plus registered voters. It's not the shore that concerns me. It's not our listening area across the river, like Cherry Hill. The race, I think, will be won, in my opinion, in central New Jersey and western New Jersey, because northern New Jersey is very, very blue. It's the New Yorkers, so to speak, that worry me, not the Philadelphians across the Delaware. That said, I do think we end up seeing a Mikey Sherrill victory, and I would love to be wrong. I think it'll be about a 1 to 2 point win. I think it's going to be super close, which is gut-wrenching. But I always give you my honest opinion, and I honestly hope to be wrong because flat out, I think she sucks. And that's the big thing.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, assuming there's no porch pirates. Don't miss 40% off custom cards, invites, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Staples. That was easy. All right, if you want to send your hate tweets, your hate comments, or your calls, 855-839-1210 at 1210 WPHT on X, or, of course, in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. Look, I will not be shocked. I will not be surprised. I will not be stunned. Insert whatever adjective you want if Jack Ciattarelli wins. I just look at the numbers. I've got some other numbers here to get to in a moment, but I think it's a numbers game. That's what concerns me, and there's no way sometimes to overcome and stop a mathematical advantage with stupid people. There's no elixir for that. Dawn, your thoughts, any predictions on any of the races that we covered in the Big Take?
The last time around when Jack Ciattarelli was up for re-election, we were on the air, and it was Rich Scioli. I remember saying, "This is closer than you think. Don't be discouraged by the polls." And we were on the air then, and people just didn't believe it. And then after he lost, and it was by a much closer margin, Monmouth actually issued a rare apology because of their poll, because it was so far off. And we learned a lot from that. And so this morning with Nick, what you just predicted, I actually hope you motivate people, remind those New Jersey voters.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm a Pennsylvania voter, so I can't make a difference here.
Same here.
I can, right? We can talk about Jack Ciattarelli, but you have to do what you do. And if you don't go to the polls, don't be calling here tomorrow morning saying, "Oh, I really thought it wasn't going to be close," and all of that, because that's deja vu.
Yeah.
And that's really what it takes. It takes for one side. You talked about South Jersey versus, North Jersey, the rest of the state. I will say that I feel that North Jersey may be more motivated to vote D for Mikey. But then we've also seen the school debates. We talked about that. We talked about, in places where we haven't seen Democrats prevail. And we've seen different groups of people, motivated and passionate for Jack Ciattarelli because of some of these big issues.
Yeah.
That's the only way it can happen. If you have one side, the smaller group that is highly motivated and passionate about these issues, but on the other side, the masses of people who are Democrats, for example, will they be motivated by the government shutdown, entering, tying a record of 35 days, the
Right.
SNAP benefits, all of that.
Sure.
So will that be utilized to motivate Democrats to get out and vote, for example, in droves in South Jersey?
Yeah, it's a great point. There's a lot of national stuff out there that could have a direct impact on turnout and results at the local level. Sean, if you could, have K4 loaded here. This is a video that Matt Rooney put out. I'm going to cue that up in just a second. But our very own Matt Rooney, who will be with us here in studio in just over an hour and a half at 8:30, he tweeted this yesterday, and this should motivate you. And this should get you ready to go and get out there to vote if you haven't already. Rooney says the following: sobering statistic from our friend Maloney, Cliff Maloney. He's, I would say, a less known Scott Pressler. And Rooney tweeted these stats. As of today, and this was yesterday, 64,000 New Jersey Republicans are sitting on an unreturned vote by mail ballot. Jack Ciattarelli only lost in 2021 by 84,000 votes. Rooney goes on to say, reach out to every Trump voter you know and ask if they voted. It could make the difference. Let's roll K4, Sean. This is Cliff Maloney talking about the big impact and what needs to happen today in New Jersey.
64,000. That's a number that Mike Donahue looks at every single morning. 64,000. What is that number? Republicans here in New Jersey that have requested a mail-in ballot, and it's sitting on their dining room table.
It's unacceptable.
We have just over 24 hours to fix this. We've been doing this. We have 105 full-timers on the ground here in the state. That's how we've knocked 480,000 doors. But my plea to everybody is that 64,000 number. 64,000, I gotta say this one more time so you understand it. 64,000 Republicans requested a mail-in ballot. It was sent to their house, but they've yet to send it back. My wish to all of you, my ask, is when we go out and knock doors today, it's gonna be a lot of the focus, is talking to those 64,000 people. We get that number down to 40,000 or 30,000, Jack Ciattarelli can win this. But if we don't, we can't win. The map just isn't there for it.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, think about it if this was a football game. Football is typically played 11 on 11. Think about this if you're a New Jersey Republican. You're playing a football game where you have 11 guys on the field and the Democrats have 17. The only way you can beat them is to match them energy-wise and maximize what you have. 64,000.
But Nick, can I just say something?
Yeah.
I will say that here in Pennsylvania, I never applied for a mail-in ballot. Never did.
Did you get them?
And I did. You have to apply for it.
Okay.
So now today, I think this is a little trick they play by default, unless you go every time around or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if that happens in New Jersey too. I never applied for a mail-in. I never vote by mail-in, and somehow because I checked it last week, I'm like, what? So now today I have to go and deal with this, and I will.
Okay.
But how many people will
go through the hassle?
Go through the hassle
Okay.
because you have to go to your county seat and do all this crud, and it's a real pain.
Yeah.
So I would like to know. I would like to hear from some of those individuals.
Sure.
Did they actually apply for the mail-in? I have a sneaky suspicion they did not, because here on the PA side, I've talked to so many people who say the same thing. Like, I always vote in person, never opted for the mail-in ballot. And
Okay.
suddenly now, how did I get where was it by default that they did this?
Yeah. Interesting.
Just to basically make it such a pain for you that you're like,
Yeah. All right.
you know?
We'll come back, wrap up this conversation as we kick off hour number 2. I have 2 other tidbits to give you on New Jersey, and then we will get to other stories with election themes. Obviously, Krasner versus Dugan, Trump versus, well, it's not really Trump versus Mamdani, but a lot of people are pinning it as Mamdani against Trump. And also, if Mamdani is to emerge in New York, a couple of polls show a mass exodus, the Mamdani migration. We'll get into that, and also all the money being dumped into these races As we continue, Hour 2 is next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to complex dental surgery like implants, crowns, etc., don't just trust any pop-up dental chain. Go to the best. For over 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority. That is why the entire Zioli family sees Dr. Mike. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, don't cut corners. You want the best and only the best. Make your appointment to get your free dental implant consultation today. If you already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. And remember, we're coming to the end of the year. Check your remaining benefits for the year. You could have benefits ready to expire that you can use towards your dental procedure. Visit venariadental.com. That's VANARIA, venariadental.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs. For over 40 years now, Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, hello there. Kayal and Company, hour number 2, Election Day 2025. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker. Good to have you in. Would love to hear from you if you are in line, if you have voted, if you plan to vote. Give us your full recap today. Matt Rooney will join us at 8:30. Cut sheet at 7:45.
Can we promote where we're going to be next Tuesday?
That's correct. 1 week from now.
Tuesday,
Yep.
Veterans Day.
That's right. Veterans Day.
Tuesday, where will we be, Kayal?
November 11th, we will be at Bucks County Estate Traders.
Woohoo!
Their huge showroom located right on 309. Easy to get there. Plenty of parking.
That's Hatfield, right?
That's correct, sir.
309.
Hatfield, PA.
Hatfield, yeah.
Yep, 1522 Bethlehem Pike.
You can't miss it there on 309.
Yep. We got a great area set up for the broadcast. I would like to lay
Indoors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I would like to lay in a sectional or a recliner with a remote control and a television in front of me like the glory days, and do a radio show with my feet up. Don't forget, folks, 309. The address is 1522 Bethlehem Pike. That's Hatfield, PA, 19440. Bucks County Estate Traders proudly supports the Travis Manion Foundation and our veterans. It's a great opportunity to stop by, thank a veteran on this important day, shake a hand.
Yeah.
BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
And we're asking for veterans to stop down.
Yes.
We'll have coffee and donuts and all the usual accoutrements we usually have when we're out on remote like that.
You can put Stocker in a headlock.
So yeah, we'll be if you want to get on YouTube, we always bring people on who show up. So but no, seriously, if you're a veteran, please stop down, because we'd like to get you on the air and hear your story.
That's right. Looking forward to it. Next Tuesday, Bucks County Estate Traders. Just to continue on here with New Jersey as we zero in specifically, because obviously, Larry Krasner is going to get reelected. It's just a matter of whether or not he gets 65, 70, 75% of the vote. I don't know. Maybe there's a surprise and he wins by 18 points, and that's like a moral victory, saying, Krasner, maybe he's a little bit vulnerable. New York, I think in all likelihood, is Mamdani. Although the polls yesterday, all of a sudden, after the Trump endorsement of Cuomo, yes, that's a true story. Trump endorsed Cuomo.
That's amazing.
Open mouth, insert finger. Sean Ferris's head was ready to explode on X yesterday. He's like down 4 points all of a sudden.
Can I ask you guys, what's the theory? What's the Cuomo's a scumbag.
Well, but this is what I've been telling Republicans in New York. Like, if you know your guy Sliwa has no chance, which he doesn't, then do what Trump is telling you to do and, change your voter registration, vote Cuomo. It's not because you like Cuomo. You know he's a disgrace, but do you want a socialist running your city? That's the way you have to view these things. That's the way I view it.
I think that, with Cuomo, that's the option. Do you hold your nose? Here's somebody who resigned in disgrace, not for the nursing home scandal, but because of the scandal involving, 11 women who he allegedly had sexually harassed, and we had covered it at the time. And it's an embarrassing. He's a disgraced former governor.
Absolutely is. And by the way, the Democrats don't love him either.
Right.
So I'm not sure where this support is. I'm curious, guys, because Sean, pull up cut 28 here. I'm just curious of Stephen Miller was on Jesse Waters or I don't know, one of those stupid Fox shows last night, and no, Hannity, and said is urging everybody to go out and vote for Cuomo.
Mhm.
Like what are they doing? What are they doing?
It's about derailing and preventing Mamdani from winning New York.
No, stay out of it. Stay out of it then.
But you don't. But here's the other thing too. You don't want this to happen in the event he somehow is successful. That's what you're facing in 2028.
His point in this is that if you vote for Sliwa, you're throwing away your vote. But why don't they just urge everybody voting for Cuomo to vote for Sliwa? Then what?
Well, you could do that too, but
I don't understand this. I don't understand this.
But look at the numbers in a three-way race. You see that Cuomo's basically beating Sliwa by 2.5 times.
Roll Stephen Miller.
So that's an easier hill to climb. So it's easier to topple Sliwa and load up on Cuomo than to get everybody to dump Cuomo and load up on Sliwa.
I just like this. It's
a math game.
This lecherous fiend, Andrew Cuomo. Ugh. Roll this.
As far as New York is concerned, as you've talked about, as we've said, unfortunately, the anti-Mamdani vote is being split between Cuomo and Sliwa. And President Trump tonight put out a statement being clear that if you vote for Sliwa, who's polling at about a third of where Cuomo is, you're just throwing your vote away. The anti-Mamdani vote, which is really the pro-New York City vote, the pro-America vote, needs to unite behind the leading candidate, and that's Andrew Cuomo.
You know, and here's the thing too.
Wow.
And I know you said yesterday,
Stephen Miller.
Sucker, that
Sorry.
No, you don't think that Gavin Newsom will be the nominee in 2028 for the Democrats. So if it's not Gavin Newsom, which that's you could argue it won't be Newsom, or you could argue that it will be Newsom. Either way, I think there's validity on both sides to who the nominee will be. Well, if it's not Newsom, it's going to be a socialist. It's going to be AOC.
The Democrats are going to go down.
Right.
Mondami's victory tonight or tomorrow, whenever they call it, tonight. Mondami's victory is going to be that's going to be like a blueprint for where the Democrats are going to go in the future. I'm telling you right now that like the Kamala Harris's, the Gavin Newsom's, like that establishment Democrat, they're done. The Democrats, we've tried you, we've lost, we don't want to do it anymore. We're going in this new direction. If you look at some of the stats on the New York mayoral race and the early voting, half of them are under the age of 43.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all Mondami. You think a 30-year-old's going out and voting for Cuomo? Hell no, they're not.
No.
So this surge that, like I just saw, he's within 4 points. No, he's not. He's not.
I don't believe that.
I will say New York is goofy. Their goofy primary election, they should probably fix that, among other things.
Yep.
Because that's what teed this up. But what a hot mess with this whole election. I mean, and what horrible choices for those New York voters. And at the end of the day, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at Cuomo, who's like resigned in disgrace, a perv. And with the nursing home scandal, albeit you may say, well, he wasn't a doctor, and so he was listening to the medical advice by those like Fauci, but still, it's all horrible and icky, no matter how you look at it. And then with Sliwa, Curtis Sliwa, I mean, I've known him for years. He's a good man. Look at the Guardian Angels. Look at all that he did during a high crime time. But unfortunately, I just think that you have too many New Yorkers who are not going to vote for somebody with an R behind their name. It just was never going to happen.
I think you have said they see the hat and they think a caricature of himself, or they think he's kind of a kook or anything like that. But, you talk about 2028 and what the Democrats are going to be. Well, I want you to think about this. If it's not one of the two from California, that's Kamala or Gavin Newsom, what do you think is more likely? For anybody that's saying, it'll never be a socialist, is it going to be a AOC type, or is it going to be a Josh Shapiro or an Andy Beshear type?
No shot.
It's going to be the AOC type, right?
I just think,
but I don't think she can win. I've said this on the show before, by the way. I think there's a 0% chance.
Very naive.
America will never elect a socialist female.
Okay.
You can say that's sexist, But I'm just telling you, think about it. Trump has defeated Hillary and Kamala. America said no to a female
It's not about. Here's the thing: they were both horrible, unlikable
Agreed.
candidates for different reasons.
Yep. And so is
we
AOC.
saw right here in Delco. I mean, that was eye-opening. That situation in Delco, right, with CNN live on the air, and they had Democrats across the region in Pennsylvania who wanted to vote D. And I'll never forget that moment when you had the one lady was a widow and an accountant, and Kamala could not even answer basic questions. And you saw these people's faces, and they were like, "Oh my God!" Like, you know, and the one woman, like I say, longtime Democrat, widow, wanted to vote for Kamala, wanted to like her, and you could see on her face that she thought, "OMG, this person is incompetent. Can't vote for this person because this widow in particular has to support her." I think she had 3 or 4 kids at the time. So Kamala Harris, I'm just saying, like, you guys are jumping around from national in 2028 to New York City to Virginia to Pennsylvania. I will just submit to you, all elections are local. It's not about Trump. It's not about 2028. It's about right here and now. That's what I see, and they're all elections are local. So in New Jersey, what will bring people out today? It's not because they like Jack or even he looks so tan or whatever with Mikey Sherrill that she's it's who's going to fix my affordability crisis right now, because I live in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I am a parent who does not like that they have interfered repeatedly with my parental rights. Our schools have gone downhill fast under Murphy, and my property taxes as well as my power bills are unaffordable. Who do I trust more? Do I trust Jack or do I trust Mikey? And that's why I believe that if all of those people come out to vote, I believe that even though Nate Silver came out again, everybody's saying, Nick Kayle's saying Jack loses by a slim margin, I still hold out that hope, and I believe that Jack Ciattarelli is the next governor of New Jersey if
totally
every
possible.
person gets out and votes.
For sure. For sure. This to me is a coin flip.
Every independent.
This is a coin flip race, in my opinion. And you're right. When you talk about the issues, you look at, Jack. If Jack wins, it's because New Jersey said we need a better economy. We need more affordable energy, sanctuary cities as a sanctuary state, day one. And also when you look in defeat, Mikey made it about Trump. Jack made it about the residents of New Jersey.
Yeah, Jack made it about the issues. That's just it. Same with Mamdani.
Correct.
So what brings New Jersey voters, many of them independents, out for Jack Ciattarelli, that same spirit of just wanting a personal change, all elections are local, that same spirit is what brings out the Mamdani voters who look at all the others and say, all you guys have been around, you've had your chance. I'm going with the new guy who has energy. I'm just going to try him because none of you guys have done anything to change affordability.
I would also say, too, if Cheryl, beyond the issues, because I do think the issues are what matters, should matter, and I don't know in this day and age how much debates and ads really do for a polarized tribal world, but if Cheryl loses, you can also think about 3 major gaffes that she had on the campaign trail. She was unable, when asked what policy she would like to put in place first. Remember, she was stuttering and stammering. She was like Nathan Wade in that courtroom looking up to the sky, trying to figure out her answer. Terrible look. Charlemagne the God on the Breakfast Club asked her, how do you explain $7 million? She couldn't answer that. The refusal to give some transparency with her graduation walk and whatever happened at school back then. So those 3 things really work against her. Also in Virginia, maybe the best opportunity for a Republican, not that this audience cares, but the Attorney General in Virginia, Mayeris, who's going to be under Winsome Earl Sears, the governor candidate. I mean, remember the Jay Jones scandal, the tech scandal? That might be if you're betting which Republican has the best chance, it's either Jack Ciattarelli or the Republican Attorney General in Virginia. So it's fascinating. Let me just give you a piece of good news as well, because I think trends do matter, and I want to share this because I saw this last night and I thought it was really good in regards to how Jack and New Jersey continue to improve. So in 2021, the polling average for New Jersey was D plus 7.8 points. The result, it ended up being D plus 2.8. So the polls were off by 5 points. Then fast forward to the general election last fall, Trump and Kamala. The polling average had Kamala plus 10. It ended up being Kamala plus 5.9. The polls were off by 4.1 points. So this year, the polling average is Democrat plus 3.3. What will the result be? If history shows us, and if we're going to use history as our guiding principle here, the polls are typically off 4 to 5 points. If accurate again this time around, Jack would win by about 2 points. So if you believe in those trends, if you believe in how New Jersey is consistently wrong versus, polls versus turnout, that's also pretty interesting as well. So just wanted to pass that along.
And those small business owners. I mean, I think you think about all of the small business owners across New Jersey who were shut down, who have really suffered and were punished under Murphy. I think all of those individuals, no matter, they might have been Democrats before, I think they're all voting Jack. Mm-hmm. And so I will also say this. I hear more and more Republicans or independent voters say, have you ever been polled? I don't know anybody who's been polled.
I've never been polled, no.
And so I think a lot of times I just, nothing will surprise me, I guess, anymore with elections. But I just will say I see so much momentum and so much passion for Jack Ciattarelli not because of Trump. Everybody keeps talking about Trump. No, because they want change and in their own lives with schools. But number one, the affordability issue, that's what's on the ballot right now.
Yep. Interesting. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, cut sheet in about a half hour. Matt Rooney at 8:30. Two things that we will get to before the cut sheet. NFL fans are fuming over the YouTube Disney war. What does this mean for all of us that stream television with certain apps? We'll get to that. But up next, inside Donald Trump's Title 50 shadow war, the chilling operation that is unfolding south of the border that nobody is talking about. We'll get to that next here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, you're probably loving the cool, crisp fall weather. The leaves are changing. But have you been procrastinating in getting your old AC or furnace or HVAC replaced? Stop putting this off. There are tax credits right now up to nearly $3,000, as well as rebates up to $1,700 and expiring soon. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, to replace that old unit with a Trane furnace, Trane. And, you got to replace that old AC unit or heat pump. It's hard to stop a train. MarvinECans.com, KANZE.com. Marvin E. Cans, my guys, you're going to love them. They do a great job for a fair price. MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
And passing away at the age of 84. And I threw up this poll question about 45 minutes ago, and I'm actually a little surprised at the balance in response so far. And I said, I'm curious to know from lifelong Republicans and new Trump MAGA Republicans alike, in light of former VP Dick Cheney's death, were you a Bush administration fan? And right now, I put up 3 options: yes, no, or meh, as in, I could do or I could take it or leave it. No leads the way at 36%, yes at 33%, and meh at 31%. So we're, as Harry Enton would say, we are well within the margin of error, folks. And you guys were right, both Dawn and Greg, with how the media is framing this. I just searched Dick Cheney on Google and typed in his name and hit news. So the AP, Dick Cheney, one of the most powerful and polarizing vice presidents in U.S. history, dies at 84. The USA Today, Dick Cheney, the most controversial, powerful vice president in U.S. history, dies at 84. The Guardian, Dick Cheney, vice president and giant of Republican politics, dies aged 84. CNN, Dick Cheney, influential Republican vice president to George W. Bush, dies. Fox News, former vice president Dick Cheney, dead at 84. So you can see a little bit of the slant there with the AP and the USA Today. The Guardian puts more, I think, respect on his name. CNN, influential is the only buzzword. Not a major problem with that. Fox is pretty vanilla and generic there with just basically the facts there. How do you think this plays out over the course of the day? Because you're going to have all the pundits on, all the talking heads, those who lived it. I think I just saw Dana Perino was on because she was obviously the White House press secretary under Bush. So it'll be interesting. And I think the poll results that I have so far, and granted it's a very small sample size, it's just my Twitter feed, I think that is a little bit surprising, but I don't think it's outlandish to think that he really was, because I think if you grew up a lifelong conservative and a Republican and a Bush guy, you were on board, and then maybe you realized that we were sold a bill of goods on Iraq and WMD. I just know the first time I was eligible to vote was 2004 when I was 20, and I didn't vote. I didn't vote until 2008, and then I voted 16, 20, and 24 for Trump. And I'm thinking, I just remember, even though I was 20 and I could have voted, I was like, I don't like John Kerry. I certainly didn't like the way I didn't like the Bushes at all. And it's just one of these things where I think when you look at the totality of that administration, from younger Bush to Cheney to Condoleezza Rice to Colin Powell, on down the list, if you are a MAGA Republican, especially one that really came along to the GOP in the last decade, or maybe somebody that voted for Bush and then you start to read things and you realized in 04 and 05 and 06, you're like, what the hell are we doing over there? And you became anti-war.
Well, it's the moment with Colin Powell. I mean,
right.
It was once people realized that Colin Powell felt betrayed, that he was put up to that misinformation that talked George W. Bush, then president, into going into Iraq, the topple of Saddam, as he called him. And then let us not forget Dick Cheney returning to the scene, if you will, many years later, condemning the J6ers and shaking hands and hugging the Dems, Nancy Pelosi, the House Speaker at the time. And so that makes him, I think it's a double down to the controversial nature of this individual. And then you move forward with that his daughter, Liz Cheney, campaigning here across our region as one of the lead, in air quotes, Republicans against Trump. So I think that makes him, I don't know, double, triple as this controversial figure that we've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. So because I've been on this radio station for 20 years, and I fought a very uphill battle in 2005, 2006, 2007 when I would speak out against Dick Cheney. I was called an anti-American, an anti-war. You just don't like, you're America, love it or leave it. The freedom fries people and the ribbon. If you don't have a yellow ribbon, you don't support the troops. If you don't support the war, you don't support the war. If you don't support the troops, blah 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 blah. All of that. And I'm just curious what happened in the 20 years since then, because that poll is very interesting to me, because was it the irredeemable sin of going against Donald Trump? Is that why everybody now soured on Dick Cheney? I'm just curious what happened in 20 years.
So, okay, but if you think about it, so 9/11 happens 2001, and then we keep hearing about Operation Iraqi Freedom. And by the way, that no matter what anybody says, I mean, the vast majority of Americans, if you look back at the time, Congress had to agree to that. If you look at the polling back then, if you look at all of that at the time, the nation was with George W. Bush, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Everybody, there was a national feeling of unity to go in. But then later, we realized and we learned that, in fact, and it was Colin Powell at the time, or later, that admitted when he wrote his book and was interviewed subsequently, that, in fact, they did not have the actual WMD intel that the nation and that everybody thought they had. So I actually think, Greg Stocker, that's when it began, that people started to, and I think those were some dark moments for Republicans.
Dan L. on YouTube would disagree with you. He says, I was a Bush Cheney fan. I was a Bush Cheney fan, but when they both became anti-Trump, I was done with them both. Okay. So the irredeemable sin of going against Donald Trump, I guess, turned him against a bunch of people.
But political realignment's a real thing. I mean, think about what the GOP was during the Bush era versus what it is now. Think about what think about what Democrats were in 2004 or 2008 or 1996 or 1993. I mean, it's the complete opposite now, right? Like, you look at Trump's policies on crime and the border, they are the same things that Biden and Schumer and Hillary and Bill and Obama were pushing from 1993 till 2010.
But
right?
I think that the era that we're talking about lifted the veil on a lot of this. Donald J. Trump was a businessman back in this time, and more likely skewed Democrat just because he was from New York, right?
Like
and his family.
He was like a blue dog Democrat.
And so if you think about this particular time that we're talking about, it was a dark day for Republicans. By the way, who followed George W.? It was Obama.
Yep.
I think that tells you all you need to know about what was going on during that time. People, once they realized, especially that that Operation Iraqi Freedom was essentially, we went in on a farce, and that we as a nation got played.
Some
Democrats
of us knew it
and
at the time.
No, Greg.
Some of us knew it at the time.
Greg, play it. I was covering. No, play it. Play the audio. Go ahead.
Of what?
I dare you.
Of what?
There were all these people who were on this station. You're saying who were saying, "Oh no, Operation Iraqi Freedom. This is a bad thing. This is not good intel." Nobody was saying it. It was the nation. Go back and look at it. I'm talking about history. This was
you weren't here. How would you know what people were saying?
I was an anchor. I was an anchor
on
the Fox.
For God's sake!
I was an anchor on the Fox 29 10 o'clock news.
You have no idea what people on this radio station were saying 20 years ago.
I absolutely did. I listened. Greg Stocker. I was the main anchor on the Fox 10 o'clock news. Yes, I was during this era.
Well, Stocker, are you saying that you?
What are you talking about? I covered Obama's victory. Quite frankly. So I was a top news anchor at the number one news station, Fox 29 10 o'clock news. Yes, I was on the air, sir. And yes, I did listen to the station. Well, I heard you and Smirkanish over the years. Those were the Smirkanish, right?
Well,
the big talker
hold on a second.
in Bucks County, right? You were at that big rally when he got up there, right? The big talker. Then he went for Obama. And this station just went into a pit with the ratings.
Clarify. Are you saying this was your opinion or other people's opinion on the station?
No. This was my opinion. That's all I said.
Okay.
But you never stated it out loud, or did you?
Of course I did.
With Michael.
Of course I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I said you weren't listening, because I 100% did. Anybody who's has been listening to this radio station for 20 years knows exactly where I stood on.
So prior to March of 2003. You were on this station criticizing Operation Iraqi Freedom, saying that Congress was wrong, bipartisan support was wrong. And when Michael Smirkanish was on the stage in Bucks County introing George W., that was all. You were on the air disagreeing, saying that they were all wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I was.
Well, I think there's a lot of people. I'll give you an example with my parents. My parents were not super political. I would probably classify them as centrist to moderate Democrat, blue dog. Probably a lot of the things that Trump was about and still is about. That's the amazing part of all of this is, Democrats have changed, Republicans have changed. Trump really hasn't changed. Trump has been saying the same thing for 35, 40 years about America being sold out to China. We have to be tough on immigration, tough on crime. It's amazing that the only thing that really changed with Trump was going from D to R in theory. But I remember my dad saying this, and my dad hated the Bushes with a passion. And as soon as 9/11 happened, and then we had the fallout, and then, of course, you have the deployment to Afghanistan in November of 2001. When did we invade Iraq? Was that February of 03? March of 03?
That's why I said the date.
Yeah.
Because I was saying prior to that time, which would have been March of 2003.
Yeah.
Greg Stocker was, I'm surprised at that. I listened to Michael. I knew Michael because he would, when I was at CBS 3, he would come over, he would fill in for Larry Kane. So I listened to the station. I just didn't hear you say it, Greg.
This has nothing to do with Michael. Michael was a warmonger like the rest of them.
But I swear to God, I did not hear you say that. If you have
we need to go invade Iraq. Yeah, man, yeah.
Well, it's weird because I don't think my dad was not a astute political person. But my dad, he didn't sit there and say, well, I believe the evidence or I don't believe the evidence. And I don't know that my dad was a warmonger. I don't know that he was anti-war. He was probably somewhere down the middle of, like with Trump right now fighting the narco-terrorists. But you know what my dad said when we deployed to Iraq? He goes, oh, look at that. Here goes Cowboy Bush going in to do what Daddy couldn't do. Because his dad had a hard-on for eliminating Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War. And he was unable to do it. So Bush used Afghanistan in 9/11 to go into, and I remember this with my mom. I remember I'll never forget the day, I think it was in December, when they found Saddam in Tikrit, in that little you lift up the wooden latch and he's down there in that little rat hole. And I remember seeing the videos. I don't know if it was on YouTube back then. I don't know if YouTube was a thing. But remember they had the hanging of Saddam that was captured on cell phone video. Yeah. And he looked like a rat and his hair was all disheveled. And I remember thinking, I'm like, I don't know that, executing, and believe me, he's a scumbag. So Saddam, Kim Jong-un, Putin, Xi, if we dropped a nuke on all of their heads, I wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep over it. But I felt like, what does taking Saddam Hussein out have to do with what Osama bin Laden, and you could sit there and tie everything together with money and Middle East.
I mean, Nick, I will tell you that was not I'm looking at the polls from the time, Gallup, CNN polls, every poll, Gallup poll, March of 2003, 72%. CNN poll, 71%.
Bush's approval rating in that time was like 90%.
Well, because we came together as a nation in unity after seeing what happened on 9/11.
But I'm an a-hole, and I can never come together on anything. So.
No, I think that's it. Probably, from what you're saying, probably like
I didn't mean
Greg Stocker and Rand Paul.
I didn't mean to make this about me. That's not what it is.
No, I think that's fascinating.
I flippantly said some of us were saying that in 2003, but, we're kind of shunned and yelled at for saying that. I didn't mean to make this about me.
I know you didn't, Greg, but that's remarkable. Like you and Senator Rand Paul were probably two of the, you know what I mean, few people saying that.
But I'm anti-war for anything. You know what I mean? Like I don't like.
Which Trump is too.
I like to watch things get blown up. Trump was against it. Yep. Talk about somebody. Donald Trump was against it at that time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Few
like
people were.
He was one of the only celebrities at the time.
We were all getting played. The rest of us
speaking out on the farcical Iraq War.
Mm-hmm.
There's tapes and tapes and tapes and tapes of him saying that on Howard Stern's show and every other thing.
Well, it was one of two things with Iraq and WMDs. Either they got rid of them long before America invaded or used false and fake intel or bad intel, or they never had them to begin with. But, you start selling the words weapons of mass destruction, and then you unite a country after what happened on 9/11, and we're all like, hey, yeah, let's go, death to Iraq, take out Saddam. But it's also interesting, too, that the mastermind for 9/11, and people can get mad at this all they want, George Bush had 8 years to get Saddam Hussein. Barack Obama's the one who got him. So that's just fact. You can be in your feelings over it or not. Bush was sitting there taking victory laps over Saddam, and it's like Saddam didn't really have anything to do with it.
You know what's interesting, too, is that over time, and I know some people on the station.
Wait, you meant Osama? Wait, Greg, you meant Osama, right?
I meant Obama's the one who was the Obama administration that got Obama. I'm sorry. Obama got Osama.
Osama, because I think
I
think you accidentally said Saddam.
Yeah.
But that obviously Saddam was 2000.
Yes.
I'm curious to see, and I'm curious to see how over time people are going to remember Dick Cheney, because like I said, he's not loved by the conservative movement right now. And he's also not loved by the Democrats because of George W. Bush. I think over years has like his approval, I think, has gotten a lot better. And I think that he's remembered a lot more fondly than he was at the time. I do.
Yes.
I do.
It's funny. I've talked to people that lump him in with the other war criminals that we've had as presidents.
But never But Dick Cheney, not the same. Not the same. Like George W. Bush, maybe it's because he's kind of stayed out of the public. He stayed out of the.
Which is hard to do with that name, but he hasn't
made. Right. He hasn't really weighed in on any political thing.
Unlike Obama, he disappeared.
100%.
Right. Unlike Hillary, he disappeared.
So maybe that's why. But I think that history will remember George W. Bush a lot better than it'll remember Dick Cheney.
Agreed. Because at the time, I think that Dick Cheney was an installation, if you will.
Yeah.
And people viewed him as somebody who was, what's the right word? That he was somebody who was astute, connected to the father, right? Bush, your daddy, who his administration. And remember that Senior Bush had worked for the CIA, et cetera. And so many, I think, viewed Cheney as the influencer to push for, Operation Iraqi Freedom. And maybe George W. was viewed as somebody who was duped. I mean, I think that's probably where we're going here. And I think you're right. I think because Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney are viewed as sort of betraying the Republicans, the J6ers, hugging that moment fairly recently, hugging on Capitol Hill the swamp monsters like Nancy Pelosi. Do you know what I'm saying? And so I think all of that makes Cheney more controversial. And remember this, as far as Cheney, in 2012, he had a heart transplant.
He did.
This was somebody who was also in the news.
Did they put a cow's heart or a
Yes.
pig's heart in there?
They said he died from complications of pneumonia and
heart disease.
cardiovascular.
But he had that heart disease. He had that was major news.
Yeah, he's been unhealthy for a long time. You know
Amazing.
what I mean? So
it's amazing he lived till 84.
Maybe I can live to 84 with heart issues.
Well, if you have that Cheney Halliburton money.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly right. Exactly right. All right, we'll come back and get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. We'll do that for about 45 minutes. Matt Rooney will swing on by for Election Day in studio at 8:30. We'll get everything we need to know on New Jersey from Rooney, and plus he'll also riff on some of the clips that we have lined up for the Cut Sheet, and it comes your way next.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're...
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. Fall is in full swing. Oh, the air is crisp, holidays are coming, and it's the perfect time to cozy up your home with Kitchen Magic. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering their biggest discount ever, up to 30% off your new kitchen cabinets or refacing project, 50% off your bathroom installation. With more than 60,000 happy customers and interest-free financing available, it's so easy to make your dream kitchen or bath a reality. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hi, I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Government statistics show that 70% of Americans over the age of 65 will need some form of long-term care for 3 years or more. But understanding the need for long-term care coverage is only half of the battle. Most Americans know that there's a need for long-term care, but they put off this critical step in retirement planning because of their concern that long-term care is too costly, or they fear that they wouldn't qualify due to previous health conditions. If you are between the ages of 55 to 80, then pay close attention to this week's expert report, where we are going to present a simpler way to secure long-term care coverage, one that removes all the barriers to qualifying. With this long-term care solution, even if you've been turned down for long-term care protection in the past, you will qualify. And applying couldn't be easier. It's just a short video call, and within 15 to 30 minutes, you will know what you qualify for. Let's say, for example, you protect yourself using $100,000 or more for long-term care protection. The money you use for long-term care coverage could triple or go even higher in value. And this coverage is paid directly to you with very simple requirements. Like most traditional policies, this money can be used for nursing home care as well as in-home care. And it also expands to cover additional costs like home modifications in case you need to renovate your home for easier access. You can even use your long-term care benefits to pay a loved one to help you with your care, compensating them for the time that they've sacrificed from their own busy lives to take care of you. Whether your loved ones are providing your care or simply by your side holding your hand, you will have the peace of mind knowing your care is handled in the way that's best for you and your family, so you can focus on what matters most to you. The traditional hurdles those in or near retirement had to clear to obtain long-term care have been removed. So what are you waiting for? Schedule an appointment with a licensed retirement phase expert at Crash Proof Retirement by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com. And take that first step towards eliminating the greatest threat to your retirement nest egg today.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Information that I wanted to give you guys as far as New Jersey goes. Let me just give you this really quickly. And this was courtesy of Eric Doherty, who runs the Florida Voice News. It's pretty much like the media outlet that props up everything DeSantis does in the state of Florida. But he's got some actual facts and stats here. The final New Jersey early and mail-in voting numbers the day before the election compared to the same time last year for Trump versus Kamala. So Democrats right now, a 47.1 percentage, which is up 2.5 points from 2024. Republicans, 26.9%, which is down 1.9% from last year's general election. And he says, meaning Jack Ciattarelli has to trounce with independents and have strong GOP election day turnout and score enough Democrat crossovers to win. If anybody can pull off the upset, it's Jack Ciattarelli. So I wanted to pass those along as
and that's why you have the Paula Scanlons out there. Not just Scott Pressler, but I think somebody like Paula Scanlon, who's part Asian, as a young woman, as somebody who became very public and very famous, of course, right here at UPenn as a swimmer who was forced in a locker room with naked men with their apparatus hanging out. You know what I mean? So the fact that those like Paula Scanlon have been going through New Jersey door to door in this grassroots campaign, all of that matters.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Everything matters. Absolutely. Everything does matter, and that's the way you have to approach it, or else you end up with the results that you were not hoping for. All right, but I know a lot of you have been hoping for what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday's sponsored Election Day, sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both dealerships. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, everybody at Tri-County Auto for sponsoring what's on the cut sheet. We really do appreciate it. I want to start with a judge in Arizona. This is 19, Sean. A judge in Arizona has resigned after allegedly being caught urinating on a street just steps from her own courthouse. Her own courthouse. I gotta say this.
We should be disbarred.
No, I don't think so, guys.
Yes.
When you have to go, you have to go sometimes.
Yeah.
Was it like an accidental? like a piddle? Like, oh,
courtesy of Fox News. This happened on October 4th at it looks like 1:37 in the morning. So
drunk.
I'm assuming there was some imbibing going on. I don't know that, but 1:37 sounds like it. Yeah. Fox News obtained the audio and the body cam footage of this. Spit it out, Greg. All right, roll this.
What are you doing? Why?
Oh.
It's me at Bluebell Country Club.
Oh, my God.
What are we doing? This is disgusting. Okay, this is unacceptable. Where's your ID?
Actually, Sean, can you pause it and rewind it for the people that may not have gotten over to YouTube yet to see this video? So she's on a park bench, but she's squatting between
the bush,
yeah,
and the bench, and the designated spot
And
for
she
the
had
plant.
Wait, she had her pants down.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
Of course she did.
How
What are
else
you
is she
doing?
gonna?
This is disgusting.
I'm waiting for an Uber.
Okay, this is unacceptable.
But
Where's
I'm
your
a
ID?
judge.
It's fine. Walk that way.
Are you her husband? Yep. Okay. Can you hang out over by the cab for me?
Nope. Come on.
Yeah, you can, because I'm conducting an investigation.
For what?
Because I just saw her puking and urinating, exposing herself to several
That
people.
wasn't her.
Okay.
That wasn't
No, it wasn't her.
her.
Well, who are you, Skip?
The husband's an attorney.
Last chance. Go over to the cab. No. Okay. Well, then you're detained.
Wow.
Good. Good. Good.
I'm
Lawyer and a
Oh,
judge
you
think
want
they're
to
above the law.
resist. I gave you several chances, and you don't want to listen.
Sit your ass down.
We have a cab. Hey, baby. 515-1 resisting. Not doing anything.
Yeah, you are.
So they're cuffing. The husband is wearing a business suit.
Yeah.
He's standing over her. They're cuffing him. Looks like a female officer.
Yeah. Yeah, I love this. I'm not doing
Arresting him.
anything stuff. Yeah. You tense up and you tighten up. That's resisting.
And the female officer who's put on gloves, which is a good
Mhm.
idea.
Well, there's urine
Now
and
cuffing-
puke everywhere.
Ugh.
Yeah. Arrest them both. Throw them both in the can. I don't care that you. I think I've said this before. My dad's best friend growing up was a lawyer, and prior to going into private practice, he was an ADA in Northampton County, and he kept his assistant district attorney's badge all these years later, and he would use it to get the cops would let him off. This is like back in the 90s. Oh, speeding ticket, you flash your ADA badge, even though you're no longer practicing as a prosecutor, you're let off the hook. I don't want any of these people let off the hook. Judges, cops, attorneys.
Look.
No, follow the law and don't resist. He was resisting there.
Who is this woman?
She's a judge in Arizona.
Yeah,
and she has resigned according to reports.
It's embarrassing, but I will say this: anybody, no matter who you are, who starts the sentence with "Do you know who I am?" It's never a good idea. It doesn't matter who you are.
Agreed.
I would go with if that husband had said, "Officer, I can't believe if
She's
that's
hammered.
Yeah, officer, I let me just please, officer, let me take my wife home. She's been fighting a flu and probably had a glass too many, and it's not a officer thing. Like if he had been polite, he probably had a chance.
At least in
By
this
the way,
video,
Stenson-
though, I don't think either one of them played the "you know who I am" card, right?
By the way, Stenson, your ability to lie is really, really good. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I don't
Just
know why.
saying.
Well, the
no,
cops
I'm
don't
not.
know if you're fighting the flu.
Next time
No.
you call me up and say, "Hey, I can't come in this morning."
When do I do that? Like twice in 10 years? No, I just think if she was throwing up, did she have something else going on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all I meant.
Or
I
you
didn't
could have
know.
just, you know what? If I'm him in the moment, I mean, maybe I'm being a hypocrite here, but I would say, officer, that's my wife. She's Judge Johnson. You might know her. we were out tonight. We had too many drinks. Could we get an Uber home, or could you guys drop us off at the house?
Well, no, they already called it. He didn't he say they were waiting? Didn't he say they already called a ride?
Oh, you're right. In the beginning, yeah.
My point in all this is that, like, who among us, and I'm speaking for myself here too, who among us hasn't, had to go so bad that you urinated in public? We all have. No,
dude.
I've never.
You want a good public urination story?
That's a more guy thing.
Yeah, it
for
is.
a female because
It is.
you have to pull your pants down.
Yeah.
And she's on a street. It's
Yeah.
not like she's doing the Girl Scout thing in the
for
woods.
for a
Ew.
judge to pop a squat in public.
Yeah.
You got to be pretty
Or-
banged up.
Or any woman
Yeah.
to be. The husband wasn't.
Right. We were, when I was living out my 6 weeks of hell at the in-laws in July into August.
Just kidding.
No, I'm not. My buddy and I, we went down and we golfed at my new golf course before I moved into the neighborhood. And we had to come back up to the Lehigh Valley. And my buddy had too many stateside sodas. He had to go really bad, Dawn. I'm talking really bad. And we were coming down, Stalker, you'll know this, right on 309 before it turns to 378. There's a new Wawa. And he goes, I have to really go. I'm like, I'll stop. You want to just go into Wawa? He goes, I don't know. I said, dude, we're 5 minutes from my mother-in-law's. Literally 5 minutes. Can you hold it for 5 minutes? He's like, yeah. We get to my mother-in-law's house, the pull back in. This is late July. This is like a Saturday. It's about 7 o'clock. There's still daylight. And all of a sudden, he's like, stop the car. I thought he was going to puke. He doesn't. He gets out, goes across the street. The neighbor across the street from my mother-in-law, he just unzips his golf shorts and takes a leak on the lady's tree. So I'm just like, oh, no. So I pull around, I park. I tried to block him out from my mother-in-law's house with the window so she couldn't see it. And who's pulling in? The neighbor as he's doing that. She rolls the window. And this is in a very nice neighborhood, by the way. And she's like, hey! And he's like, sorry. And I'm like, dude, you're going to get me. Like, dude, my mother-in-law hates me because I vote for Trump. Now I got to defend you urinating on a tree. Yes. I said, dude, we're here. You could have just went inside and used the bathroom.
Yep.
And he didn't do it. And he wasn't drunk. I think he just had like a bladder burst moment. Like he drank like a big gulp from Wawa.
But guys, and Dawn, I know you've been in this situation. Okay, so
I
maybe
have never. I mean, the New York Post shows this lady
where it with
her
where you have to
pants,
pee so much that it hurts.
Yes.
You've been in those situations. We've
It
all been in
burns.
those
It
situations.
stings.
Yes.
I can hold it. I am not pulling my pants. She's on a city street.
91 LSXer
on a
says
public bench. I have never done that.
91 LSXer on the YouTube chat says, Greg, you can breastfeed in public because it's natural, but you can't relieve yourself. Make it make sense. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, no, the difference is
I agree too.
Guys can because you don't have
No, they can't.
You could potentially hide things if the shirt is out, right? And you undo the zipper, but the shirt is kind of over things like a awning type situation.
We just go into the woods and stand there like,
No, but I'm talking about like public. The reason that he was arresting her was publicly. If you see the still shots of her entire rear end, which is not small, and I'm not being mean here, but it's like very white and big and shiny.
Yep, and pasty.
And no, I'm serious. And she's under a street light and a bench, a park bench or a street bench.
Yeah.
So you see this big white shiny hiney.
Yeah, you can't do that in like a downtown dining area.
I mean,
right?
holy moly! Like that officer saw that and was like, "What?
Like I'll be honest.
You can't have that public nude like hiney.
If you're a cop,
all shiny. No.
If you're a cop in Center City, you ticket her. If you're a state trooper on the turnpike and you see a dude or a chick walking across the rail to go into the construction area and you see them standing and taking a leak, you probably let it go. That looks like a nice area of town.
And
you can't be doing that.
Well lit.
Correct.
It's at night.
Right.
But it's well lit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there it is, the big shiny hiney. I'm not even kidding you.
She was well lit
even
too.
if you were even if you were even if you were like from a distance.
Yeah.
Wow. And so the fact that it looks like she pulled her pants down to go to urinate, but then she gets sick. So then she's vomiting on the bench, which is also disgusting.
Right. And by the way, vomiting, there's no way the officer would do anything to her. I mean, legally. I mean, if you're throwing up, you're not going to get arrested for that. Now, maybe if it's because of a DUI or you're publicly intoxicated, I think it's the urinating that is what's the foul play here.
Moosey says, just tell a cop you identify as the dog. That's a good point.
Oh.
That's a good point.
By the way, there's no doubt, Stalker, I've got you at least a dozen times urinating in public.
Oh, God.
At least a dozen.
That's
just as an adult.
Okay, but women, how many women have ever done that versus guys?
Well, Dawn, to that point, my wife has absolutely never done that. Absolutely will never do that. But I did know I didn't run with the classiest of gals back in the day.
Yeah.
So a lot of those broads,
a couple of those Lehigh Valley broads,
we would be leaving Croc Rock at 2:30 in the morning, and that parking lot was full of women squatting and peeing.
That Montana West crowd. Let me tell you.
Exactly. But there's
Oh
also
my gosh, she was defecating.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't know that.
Is that she's the Delco pooper?
Oh
I
my
didn't know that.
goodness.
Okay, then throw the book at her.
Okay.
So the judge who has resigned, the officer, it wasn't urination.
Oh.
She was issued a citation for urinating, defecating, and vomiting in public with her pants down.
I'm glad you said that because the report that I have here just says urinating. So.
But that's why I thought, because they're both in their business suits, and I thought
that's way worse.
I thought who could
firing squad.
That's why I thought maybe she was sick on top of it because how much did she drink
Had to
after
be.
work?
I'm willing to bet
To
it's a
vomit?
week. It's a weeknight. She's done with court for the day.
Ew.
He's done with court for the day. They went out. They had dinner.
Yeah.
They had drinks, and then she soiled herself.
EKZ says bring the video back up. Let's do it one more time. I do just the very beginning, Sean.
Oof.
I want to see if.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at.
And look, she was
Oh.
not facing the bush. She was facing the bench, which means her butt was in the bush.
Was in the.
So she's trying to drop off a load into the bush.
Oh.
Yes.
It's good. It's good
Play by
fertilizer.
play.
It's good fertilizer.
Poop play-by-play
Well, yeah.
by Nick Kayal.
And this is actually here's the detailed analysis if you do not have the luxury of YouTube.
The biggest load that we've seen.
Ew.
Trump inspected it.
And she was like the chief Arizona judge there.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love stories like this. I
Did
don't
not
care.
even attempt to wipe with a leaf.
Career over? I mean, how do you run for
Well,
judge?
no.
again?
Here's
no.
Here's what she says. She's going to go into. I believe this is just my guess. I believe she's going to claim a problem and say she has an alcohol problem, and she's going to go into rehab and she'll do her time in rehab, whatever it is, and then she'll.
Well, she could also go into the private sector as an attorney because if she ever tries to run for judge again and you're running against her, you just run this as your ad. You're going to vote for somebody that pooped in a bush? I mean, that's a landslide victory.
Oh, that is
goodness.
an amazing story.
Wow.
Amazing story.
The poor officer.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh.
That's why he said that's disgusting because most guys wouldn't say that about peeing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah. Oof.
But the other thing.
The whole.
that's
was the
just-
whole thing. Wow.
That's an ad for sobriety, isn't it?
We don't know if she was drunk, but I mean.
Oh no, she couldn't. He says the officer in the report is saying she couldn't even spell her name.
Jesus.
That she was
Thank you, Michael.
severely intoxicated. And oof. I just assumed after work, like she must have a stomach bug on top of it because how much did you consume? In what, a few, like 4 hours or something?
Swami Mommy has the greatest. Swami Mommy has a great point. Anyone who has peed in the ocean has peed in public. There you go.
Yeah, it's very true.
There you go.
Or a pool.
There you go.
She wasn't
a
just
pool. What kind of animal are you?
No, I've never peed in a pool. I'm scared of the blue stuff coming out and outing me. I would never do that. By the way, Will now beat it says you guys need to introduce a new segment called Shite Club.
Good one.
IIT, right? Shite.
SHIITE. Shite Club.
A Gold's Gym in the Bronx is under fire after staff revoked a woman's membership and escorted her out with police after she confronted a man pretending to be a woman in the women's locker room. Now,
Awesome. Love it, ladies.
On this, on its face, I would agree with you. Nick, would you be surprised to learn that she's a social media influencer with like 50,000 followers?
No, because everybody thinks they're a social media influencer.
Okay, I'm just saying that like, this.
But she knows she has influence.
This back and forth happened,
Okay.
which we have here, but there may have also been a reason to call such a scene.
So we have the biological female who's a social media influencer who's a member at Gold's Gym who happens to be an African-American female.
Yep.
And she confronts a biological man for being in the women's bathroom who I believe is a white man?
I believe so too. This is the altercation she had with, I believe, one of the managers at Gold's Gym. Okay.
Yep.
This is cut 1, Sean. Hang on.
Let's sync her up.
Go.
Did you tell me or not that women like this?
Hang on.
3, 2, 1.
We need to do a better job of this, Sean. When I say go.
3,
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Did you tell me or not that women like to see?
Manager's
Exactly. Get out of the way now. No. Now he knows how to be a man, right? Now he knows how to be a man. Stay out of the women's locker room. We don't want it.
Yep.
He needs to have his gym membership revoked for that.
Yep.
And the woman told you. He assaulted me. The girl told already. We already filed reports. No. That's fine. I want the video. You can't get rid of me for this. I'm a woman, and I have every right to not want a man in the restroom when I'm naked.
Yep.
There are girls naked in there. Look at them walking in there like it's okay. It's not okay.
Mm-hmm. There he goes, prancing in. By the way, I think that female would kick that dude's ass. I want no parts of that female. She is, by the way, she's jacked, and she's pissed off, and she has every right to be pissed off.
Yep.
I am so tired. We had the Planet Fitness story.
Yes.
What was that, like 2 years ago? I think it was in Alaska.
Yep.
Where the lady in the dead of winter had to come out and report the fact that Planet Fitness was and I think Planet Fitness faced a lot of pushback.
They did.
To that, if I recall the story correctly. So good on this lady at Gold's Gym.
Tish Hyman, I believe is her name.
Not Letitia James. It's a different Tish. It's a Tish with a smaller tush.
But I think she's claiming that her Gold's Gym membership was revoked.
Yeah, they claim she's in the wrong.
Well, because she's
a singer.
Agreed on all of this, but I think so that was the altercation with the manager. She also went out in the middle of the lobby there at Gold's Gym and caused this scene. Roll this. Did you have to cause such a scene?
Yes.
Well, she's upset because they've now revoked her. So they've just told her, we're not only booting you out at this moment, but we are revoking your membership because she filed complaints against this man and she's saying, I did not give my permission to be naked in front of this man. This is supposed to be a safe space.
Yeah, it is. It is. She's done nothing wrong. And if the argument, and this is, of course, this is in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
So go figure.
No, it's the Bronx. Isn't it the Bronx?
Is it the Bronx?
That's what my sheet here says. Gold's Gym in the Bronx.
Okay. I'm seeing a story from the New York Post that she's an L.A. singer.
Well,
but so I think that she goes between the coasts because she's a performer.
Oh, okay.
By the way, so she then goes to, because she's an Insta star, she then goes and tapes a video for her social media thing. And in the video, you can see the split screen of the guy who pretends to be a female, has a crop top on, and his belly's hanging out.
She's actually more mannish than he is. But she's in the right.
I was just going to say that.
But when you look at the guy, when she was saying get out, and he was in the sweatshirt, he's not. I mean, he looks like an ordinary guy.
He does.
He's not identifying or even like dressing as a woman.
Yeah.
But then you see him in this getup where he has his
like
the crop top.
Sports bra,
is that what that is, Dawn? A crop
kind
top?
Kind of a crop top, sports bra kind of a thing.
I wear those on Saturdays around the house.
All right, Shawnee, let's roll this.
I just had the worst experience ever at the gym, at Gold's Gym, and I think this is probably happening at gyms across America, where like trans women are going into the women's locker room and not really caring about how women feel about it. And it's really hurtful, yo. Like, how you gonna say you want to be a woman or that you are a woman, but you don't how women feel? Today I was naked in the locker room. Oof. I turn around and there's a man there. In boy clothes, lip gloss, standing there looking at me, I'm butt naked. So the first thing I think is maybe there's a worker in here, maybe I missed the sign. I say the word sir to say, sir, what are you doing in here? He goes, don't talk to me. I'm a woman. I have a right to do that.
Oh, God.
Immediately, I'm fucking pissed because I'm butt naked. I feel violated. I feel like weird. Like I don't want to deal with this, right? So the girls are walking in and they're seeing the commotion and they actually chime in and say, yo, I don't know why he's in here. He's not supposed to be in here. And then I talk to the people that work at Gold's Gym and they don't really have anything to do. They just like, oh, we can file a report about it, incident report. What the is going on? Like, listen, how
Crazy
can you
world.
say you a woman or you want to be a woman and you don't care how women feel? That's nothing more manly than not giving a about how women feel, I'd like to think. And I get it, like, everybody has their own things, and I don't explain, I don't want to say that I know everything about gay rights or trans rights. I'm a lesbian. I've been a lesbian my whole life. I treat people I want to be treated.
A new wrinkle. All right, stop it right there. That's all we need to know. So now where does the LGBTQIA plus community stand? Because we have a lesbian who's pissed off at a transgender female, a biological male with booty shorts and lip gloss, I think is the way she described it.
She also described within this that he has, the reason she knows that this is a man in the first place is that he too was there with a big Cheney, if you will.
A big Dick Cheney. That's right. That's correct. A big Richard.
So he has the apparatus in all seriousness. Because if he had had the surgery, she wouldn't have known.
Right.
So just to point that out, that this individual is not technically, physically a woman and had no indication except, I guess, the lip gloss that this person might. I mean, some men wear lip gloss.
Yep.
So how are you supposed to know?
It's just the audacity and just the sheer irrational behavior for any corporation, any small business, any sector of society, really, to risk alienating 99% to pander to the 1%. And it's actually less than 1%. It really is. It's, I don't know, 0.037% or whatever it might be. I'm with Tish Hyman here. First time I've been pro-Tish, but I'm pro-Tish today.
No, I feel it's alarming. And how is she or the other women in there, how are they supposed to know the difference between somebody who's a predator, a flasher, which you do get some. In all seriousness, how are you supposed to know?
Well, you look for
big balls.
And
so
that's usually the giveaway.
Well, and that was what she said. She said, "Big, D
Cheney,
hairy
balls."
Yeah. She said it wasn't small. Like, so this person standing there, apparently full salute, attention type situation, looking at you. And by the way, who looks at each other in the locker room with the eye contact?
Well,
that was something that the women locally, with the former Mr. Thomas swimmer had said. What's up with that?
Ed Durst says she should sue Gold's Gym. I agree.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We don't like to hear about litigious situations, but I think she does have a lawsuit.
And as Dawn would say,
lawyers
as Zioli would say, the lawyers always win.
Comedian Wanda Sykes said she was at this is cut 7. She was at a Variety, The Power of Women special celebration or whatever on Lifetime, the show or the channel Lifetime.
Oh God, that channel.
And she says she prefers not to hire a man or a white person. So I don't know I don't know in what capacity she hires people. Like, she's rich, so I assume she hires people. But she says, and look, she's a comedian, so maybe she was joking. There's a little jest here, but I think what she's admitting to is illegal.
Yeah, I would say that's discriminatory.
Roll this.
I'm gonna be up front with you. If when it comes to a position, and I look on the paper and they right there, or she might be right here, and he's up there, I'm hiring the woman, and that's just how I operate. And I'm be honest with you, if she's a black woman, you got the job. Girl, you got the job.
Well, when the event's titled The Power of Women, I would expect her to pander and placate to women in her speech there. I've always said, to me, do the blind resume test. I don't want names. I don't want genders. I don't want sexual orientations. Just give me resume A versus resume B.
Agreed.
And give me your skins on the wall. Give me your accomplishments. I don't even know if I necessarily need the education, because I feel like if in the last 2 years. If you have a Harvard degree, you're not as smart as I used to think you were. Yeah, just show me what you've accomplished in your time in your field, and I'm taking that one. And then we can lift the curtain.
So for those not watching on the YouTube feed, when she says when the guy is here and the woman is there, she showing that slightly
Right.
the male applicant
Yeah.
was actually very slightly higher in qualifications, and she knowingly would say, well, they're about, she was kind of saying they're about the same, but the guy is like a little, it's very slight.
Yeah, that's like saying you got an 86 on a test and then the other person got an 84, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to take the person with the 84. I think that's kind of stupid.
It's illegal, is what it is, and it's a.
Well, men have been doing it for years. I mean, they're going to vote, right? That's what she's saying. That white guys feel more comfortable with white guys. That's, I think, the debate.
That's not true. Wait,
I think it absolutely is true.
Whoa.
Sure.
You think white guys feel more comfortable with white guys?
Of course. Yeah, I do. I think that's an honest. I mean, I think that's been going on for years and years. That's why anybody even pushed for any kind of, which I don't agree with, affirmative action. I think it has the opposite effect. But absolutely, it's been going on for years and years in our country. I think it's much better, and that's the problem in this country, that now it's gone opposite land, and no form of discrimination should be allowed. But yeah, I think it. I mean, look at even pictures of any profession, like from the 60s or 70s. Look at those pictures of all these professions, what was going on. So, look, I know that this is an awkward conversation.
It's not the 60s and 70s anymore.
I realize that, but when
think of all the women in power now.
I don't really
the
think
CEO
they are.
of our company is a woman.
And who does she work for?
She works for shareholders, as most CEOs do.
Okay.
So, no. There's a ton of women in power.
I don't think. I think if you look at the statistics, no, I'm being real here. I know this is an uncomfortable conversation to have, but I do think that if Wanda Sykes, as a person who has a company, I think the honest to God's truth is that if people are about the same, what she's really saying, the quiet part out loud, is she feels more comfortable with a black woman because she is a black woman.
Yeah.
I think that managers who are white guys or guys in general probably feel relate. Maybe I shouldn't say feel comfortable. Relate more to somebody who is a guy, and I think that's a reality that's okay to say out loud. To Greg's point, in this day and age,
I relate
when we've come
with you
a
more than I
long
do with
way.
Nick.
Well, I'm not saying us. I'm not saying you personally, but I'm saying in general in business, especially in the private sector.
Well, what's her business? Do we know what the business is? I mean, if you're...
And she's Chester County, I think.
Oh, she
right?
is?
She
Yeah,
she has a home in Chester County.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Pennsylvania.
In my opinion, it doesn't matter what her business is. It's just it's the statement of saying that if think about if roles were reversed. Think about if a white woman got up there and said, "Oh my God, if it was a white woman, I would hire them in a second."
Well, she'd be labeled racist.
Exactly.
Of course.
That's my point.
Right.
But it's to your point. I don't think she's being racist. I think she's being honest, and I think that's what we should understand about this. That people hire somebody who maybe they think looks like somebody they know or they relate to, and maybe they don't even relate to them. But I do think that once then you are exposed to a bunch of different people, right? And you get in the business world and you're exposed to a ton of different people, then that goes away. It just depends on your background and who you're comfortable with.
It's your upbringing, what communities you quote assimilated with or hung out with, or what circles you were running in when you were growing up and you were younger. I mean, to me, it's very simple. And this is why I think I'd be a great small business owner. If anybody has some capital out there and can bankroll me, I've got some great ideas. I'm just hiring based on merit, and you will not be allowed to have your cell phone at work. That's it.
Yeah, but you say that, but the truth is that when you're interviewing people, you automatically you hit it off with people.
Oh,
you
yeah. If somebody says, "Hey, I like to put parlays in on FanDuel," I'm like, "You're hired."
So then you like that person. Is that racist or sexist or whatever, or is it just who you hit it off with and who you felt comfortable with. I think that's what she's saying. And I know that this is like, saying the quiet part out loud, but I'm glad she said it. Because I think more people have to have those conversations about, hey, who do you feel more comfortable with when you're hiring?
But I also hate, too, how we move the goalposts on what is deemed racist or discriminatory and what's not. Like, think about how many times you see somebody that owns a small business landscaping company, right? And let's say the owner's a white guy and he hires potential illegals that are here temporarily. Like when I worked during the pandemic as a landscaper for 5 weeks in Nashville, it was owned by a white female, who purchased the business from her husband. They got divorced. She took the business because she was the one doing all the bookkeeping and was great with that. Her entire staff, short of me, were people that came there every March and left at Thanksgiving and went back to some South American country. So is she racist because she hires, or is she discriminating against white? I mean, God's honest truth, all those guys worked way harder than I did and were way better at it. So I don't think it's just, sometimes you just have people that are inherently good at certain skill sets. And I don't think it should really come down to the way we put people in boxes, right?
Well, I think, I think it depends on, as far as manual labor. I think that woman was hiring whoever was cheapest, right? She was hiring people cheap, and that's what.
Well, then you get labeled, well, you're only hiring this person because you can pay him $12 an hour versus 15, right?
I have a question for you, Dawn. Do you think what Wanda Sykes said was racist?
I think ironically that men, white men, American white men and women, whoever's in power, have been saying this for years. They just don't say it in public out loud. And so I'm glad that she said it, because I think you have to think about bias. I think we should think about bias rather than quote unquote racism or sexism. Now, is it that? I don't know. Does she hate people? I don't think she does. But I think that the honest to God's truth is that when she's hiring as somebody in a position of power, she's hiring people who she feels are more relatable to her.
Yeah, but let's also not forget the venue too.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
I could not disagree with you more.
Greg, it's happened for generations in America. On the other side, I mean, am I wrong here? White men have done this for a very long time, and suddenly when a black woman says the quiet part out loud, we're supposed to go, oh, she's a racist. Well, is she trying to even the score? I don't know.
No, but you're right to what you're talking about with white men in the past, with quote, the good old boys club, right? Like, that's...
Guys, it's not 1955 anymore. That doesn't exist.
I'm fully aware of that, Greg.
But think about what's going on.
Guess what? A newsflash, pro tip. I mean, sexism, racism, all of this stuff, it still exists today. Is it better? Of course it is. But I just think that she's saying a quiet part out loud that we don't, in today's world, we like to think, oh, it's all an even playing field. No, it's actually not.
It's more level than it's ever been.
It's absolutely an even playing field.
Nick's right. No, it's more level than it's ever been, it's not an even.
I'm not going to concede to this. It is not. It is absolutely an even playing field. In fact, guys, I would say this, that if I were to go for, and I'm. Maybe not me as an example, but yeah, okay, use me as an example. If I'm going for the same job as a female, I can almost guarantee the female's going to get it over me.
I don't think you're wrong about that.
100%.
No, especially with all these DEI quotas that companies have and these social credit scores.
Which is why DEI is bad, and it's an insult.
It's illegal.
Yeah, it is illegal.
It is.
It's an insult to anybody.
Right.
Whoever you are or whoever we are, it's an insult, because then people will assume, oh, that person was hired, because of DEI. So it undermines them.
Look at Rooney on time. On time. Wow.
So we still doesn't have food. Still didn't bring us coffee, but at least he showed up 3 minutes before.
Yesterday was his birthday, by the way.
Happy birthday.
He's now 40, I think. Or 41. He's slightly younger than me.
I will not get over the fact that Dawn has an awful take on this, so.
It's not. It's a real.
It's not.
I know it's awkward.
It's not. But look, I'm the king of awkward. I love awkward. I love awkward radio. I love uncomfortable conversations. You're just completely wrong on this.
I'm not.
When you say when you say women aren't CEOs of anything, like, are you kidding me?
Of anything, but look at the percentages. No, I'm saying all these isms still exist. And ask, who's like an expert on this is Dr. Mazzarelli. We have
5 sales managers here. 3 of them are women. Like this idea that we don't have women it's just wrong.
I just did a quick search.
Thank you.
Take it for what it's worth.
Yeah.
This is Google. What percentage of women are CEOs in America? Any guesses?
No idea.
25% or less.
11% for Fortune 500 companies as of mid-2025, 9.3% for Fortune 1000 companies, and around 7.6% for the Russell 3000 index.
It's not just CEOs though. It's
No, I know.
managers. It's
Sure.
Has a woman ever been governor of Pennsylvania? Nope.
Has a woman ever
Has
been
a woman
president?
ever been president of the United States? Nope.
Nor should they.
And I know that's my brother John. Believe me, I grew up with these conversations, so I'm perfectly like my brother John, and I like he's the one who's what is it, August, and he goes, oh, this is the date when women got the right to vote. Like I grew up with these conversations. So, but yeah, 11% of CEO positions, but even beyond CEOs, 9.4% S&P 500 companies. So, I mean, women, and this is the problem with this conversation is that we should rail against promoting women. Let's look at Kamala Harris.
Yep.
Another great example.
Yep.
Rail against doing that because you undermine that person's chances of then, like with Kamala Harris. How
dare they?
She was incompetent. She never should have been vice president of the United States. That was an insult to women.
Mm-hmm. I think the bigger question is how many, and I'd be interested to see the answers from a polling standpoint, on the record versus off the record. How many men out there would have no issue at all working directly under a female supervisor? That would be a fascinating little study. Because I think most guys would say, I have no problem with
The program
that.
director here who hired me, who basically put together the whole operation, Grace Blazer, was a female. You know what I mean? Like this is
She was.
Yeah,
She still is.
Yeah.
That we know of.
And she's a great human. She's been somewhat of a mentor to me. She's vice president of programming at iHeartMedia. She's setting the world on fire. Not because she's a female, but because she's effing smart.
Mm-hmm.
And the smartest thing she ever did was hire me. Thank you very much.
But that's what we want, right? That's what we want in our society. I have a close relative who works for one of these biggity big S&P 500 companies. And they have this DEI hire, this woman, not only a woman, but, checked multiple boxes with ethnicity and gender identity and all this stuff. This woman was a nightmare. And now they're involved. The company's embroiled in a whole thing, and they're getting rid of her. And he's being offered the job. And he's like, I don't want to go anywhere near this thing because it's a takedown. So all of this, when we go to DEI, when we go to that, it's the opposite of what we really want. We want what Greg Stocker just said.
We want merit-based
people,
hiring.
Yep, who are just given opportunities to work hard and work their way up.
Yep, exactly right. All right, coming up next, Matt Rooney will join us. He is in studio, ready to go here on Election Day. Yes. Rooney. Hang tight. We'll get to you on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we need to talk about them because it's not just a company. It's not just a business. It's not just a dealership. It's friends. It's family. And the truth is they are really a great group of people to work with and to get your next vehicle from. Just about 3 weeks ago, Piazza Nissan of Ardmore, the team helped my wife and I trade in both of our vehicles for 2 Nissan models. And the transition was absolutely flawless. My wife upgraded a 2014 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited for a new 2025 Nissan Pathfinder SL SUV. It was also time for me to get out of my Honda Ridgeline lease, so I jumped into a new Nissan Frontier, a 2025 Pro X4. Decided to finance the new truck. The wife took up a great lease offer for her Pathfinder, and the dealership and staff, complete professionals. We were in and out with 2 kids, with 2 vehicles in under 2 hours. They'll do the same for you. And how about this? What about 0% financing for 60 months on the most popular Nissan SUVs, including that Pathfinder, the Murano, and the Rogue? The brand ranked #1 by J.D. Power for new quality with vehicles amongst mainstream brands. That's right, Nissan. Stop by Piazza Nissan, Lancaster Pike in Ardmore, or shop online anytime at piazzanissan.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop. I love Bob's. Family owned and operated in New Jersey for over 60 years. They stand by the Second Amendment and protecting your freedoms. They also love our veterans. And in honor of Veterans Day, Bob's is offering a Veterans Day special. All veterans can shoot for free and get 15% off ammo on Veterans Day, November 11th. You must show your veteran's ID to receive the discount. Also, remember, Bob's is also booking dates now for your holiday get-togethers and private parties. Do something unique and fun this holiday and get the family and friends together for a private party at the range. Bob's is also your hunting headquarters. They have all your hunting gear and equipment in stock, including offering New Jersey state hunting licenses and permits as well. No alcohol or drugs permitted on site. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com or visit them on Delsea Drive. Bob's Little Sports Shop, 60 years of protecting our freedom and defending the Second Amendment. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
Debt payments keeping you up at night? Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans. If you owe more than $10,000 in unsecured debt, we can help you settle for less. At J.G. Wentworth, many clients cut their debt by up to 50% before fees, potentially saving thousands of dollars. Even if your credit is damaged, we can help. And remember, you don't pay us a dime unless we reduce your debt. Call 877-CASH-NOW. The call is free. The consultation is free. And the bigger your debt, the more we can help you save. Act now. If you owe $10,000 or more, call 877-CASH-NOW. That's 877-CASH-NOW. Call right now. Your path toward financial freedom starts today with J.G. Wentworth. 877-CASH-NOW. Results vary. Not all debts qualify. Debt resolution impacts credit and may increase what you owe. Average savings before fees, 43%, 25% after fees. J.G. Wentworth does not pay debts or provide legal, tax, or credit repair services.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.36, Kayal and Company, live on a Tuesday morning. Don't forget, next Tuesday, November 11th, it is Veterans Day. We will be oot in a boot, as they like to say, north of the border for a live broadcast. We'll be doing the show and Dawn show. We'll be there basically from 6 to noon. at Bucks County Estate Traders, where they proudly support the Travis Manion Foundation and our veterans. Great opportunity to stop by, thank a veteran on this important day. The location, right on 309, 1522 Bethlehem Pike. That is in Hatfield, 19440. So stick that in your GPS. Swing on by. Great day, great furniture. We will be inside their 58,000 square foot showroom.
What?
That's right. We're going to stick Stalker in like a kiddie's bunk bed.
Yep.
They'll be hanging up top where all the cool kids hang.
Yep.
We'll have Dawn on a beautiful couch. I'm going to sit in a recliner, and we're going to talk shop.
We are. And we're encouraging all the veterans, any veteran, come out. We want to shake your hand, give you a cup of coffee, give you a donut, and bring you on air. So we're encouraging veterans to come out. Hatfield, 309, Bucks County Estate Traders. They have awesome furniture in there, too, by the way. Awesome furniture. So we'll be there all morning.
Yep. Nothing better than shaking a veteran's hand, A, for the honor, but B, they usually have a handshake that is rock solid. I mean, I'll never forget, I think it was May of 23. We've been doing the show for 7 months, and I had that breakfast with that vet who was 99 in Skipack, and he shook my hand, and I'm telling you, I think he broke at least 3 fingers of mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
he realized what a girly man you are.
I am.
That was great, though. I mean, that was great that you went there. And
we'll do it again.
It's awesome.
Hey, great omelets, by the way.
It is going to be on Veterans Day, Tuesday, November 11th.
Looking forward to it. Speaking of breakfast and omelets, I thought today would be the day, but he's a man of consistency, and he has held the line. No breakfast for anybody.
We should have brought in something for him. It's his birthday, right?
Happy
Rooney,
40th?
calm down. Rooney,
So everyone has been saying happy birthday since I walked in, which is incredible, but it's not.
Oh.
But I should have probably shut up and accepted some gifts or some free drinks or something.
Can I ask a question?
Did you have a birthday in the last
close.
handful of days?
No, it's the 30th.
Oh. Okay, so we're a few days
we have
behind.
time.
Yes, Mark Twain, Winston Churchill, and Matt Rooney all have the same birthday. Read into that
So
whatever
you were
like.
October 30th or November 30th?
November 30th.
Oh, we're way ahead.
Yeah.
Why am I so? I didn't just make this up out of thin air, Nick. Rooney.
Is the Odyssey employee calendar wrong?
Oh, that's where
did
it
that dumb
was.
email come out where we have to celebrate everybody's birthday for a whole month?
That's what it is. It's probably a monthly birthday.
He got a birthday shout out.
Wow.
Oh, well, thanks, guys.
In my Odyssey email, and I didn't actually look at the date.
Well, congratulations for making the email. You know, out in the hub where they rotate visual pictures of everybody that's ever accomplished anything here, I've never seen my face in 3 years once. Not once. There's like a guy from accounting who's been here for 6 weeks.
Yeah, Nick, we're the bastard children. We are the Jon Snows of the building.
It's true. It's unbelievable.
You know?
True.
We're only here because we make a profit.
It'd be great to have a birthday on Election Day.
Yeah.
That'd be perfect for me.
So what are you hearing? What are your sources on the ground telling you so far a couple hours in?
Just very briefly, though, Nick, I know I didn't bring breakfast, but I was early today.
Woo-hoo.
I would just like to point that out.
8:20. No, Stalker brought it up on the air.
I'm a millennial. I expect praise for doing things I'm supposed to do. So the fact that I was on time for work.
Good job.
Woohoo.
Yes.
Our
you're
Garden State residents on time to vote. What are you hearing?
That's right. So, look, heading into today, and we talked a little bit about this last week, Democrats are flaunting their firewall. Do you remember them talking about this last year in Pennsylvania? There was this unassailable firewall that we weren't going to be able to get over. We've seen this movie before, right? And if you want to know how reliable early vote firewalls are, ask Kamala, if you can find her at the bottom of a bottle somewhere out in Berkeley this morning.
Bottom of a bottle.
However she spends her night. Look, it's cliche, but it's true. Trust your pal Matt. This is tight, and if Republicans have a solid election day, doesn't even have to be an historic election day. If there's a solid election day where Trump voters go to the polls, they line up. I get it. It's a little bit chilly, but wear a sweater, right?
No, if I hear that excuse,
we're gonna win.
Can I ask you this, because we've heard all cycle here that the numbers really favor the Democrats. But all I hear from you guys, you, Zioli, and all of them, is that if we show up, we win.
Yeah.
But the numbers don't prove that, right?
Well, they don't prove the opposite. And let me explain this, because everyone has been obsessing, and I blame the internet age. We're all obsessed with data. We love fantasy football.
Mm-hmm.
We obsess over every aspect. Democrats in New Jersey, in a state where they have an 850,000 registration advantage, which is actually 250,000 less than it was last time Jack ran and came close. We need to point that out, right?
Sure.
Democrats have this advantage, so yeah, they got more early votes than we did. But what everyone is looking at right now in terms of a Democrat advantage in the early vote, those aren't necessarily Cheryl votes. We have no idea how those people voted. We don't even know how those people identify. I've got some Reagan Democrats in my family who never changed their registration, but haven't voted for a Democrat probably since the early 2000s.
Okay.
Poll after poll, and the Save Jersey poll we did, for instance, had Jack getting 10% of Democrats. So that's one of the many reasons, Greg, why I say you got to ignore this firewall crap that they try every election. They tried it last year in Pennsylvania, ended up not being true. They're trying it again this year in New Jersey because they don't want you to vote. They want you to give up because that's how they win.
One thing I can't ignore is the tweet that you posted yesterday. I had it in the big take, and I reiterated it early in the 7 o'clock hour. You tweeted the following: sobering statistic from our friend Cliff Maloney. As of today, 64,000 New Jersey Republicans are sitting on an unreturned vote-by-mail ballot.
Yes.
You pointed out how Jack lost 4 years ago by 84,000 votes. Dawn had her theory as to why that is playing out the way it is. What do you make of that, and what the hell are Republicans waiting for?
I think that our people like to vote in person.
Okay.
They like to show up on Election Day. They resent this early vote period, which was foisted on us during COVID because it was a way for Democrats to prolong the period so that they could figure out how many votes they needed. So I get it. I mean, I kind of wish that we would go back to the old-fashioned way of voting. The only time you voted early is if maybe you had some kind of handicap or some kind of extenuating circumstances.
Yep.
But you gotta win by the rules of the game that you're playing.
Correct.
So I think a lot of those people, it's not that they don't want to participate. I just think they don't want to vote by mail. They understandably appreciate that there's a lot of issues with that process. But I want to be very clear about this. The fact that 66,000 people as of yesterday were sitting on these things, I don't think that's why Jack's going to lose. I think it's one of the reasons why it's close.
Okay.
If Trump voters would just get off their keisters and participate, which I think that they ultimately will, he could run away with this thing. We keep it artificially close because we want to take our ball and go home when we don't like the game that we're playing. But I think that Jack's very much in it, and I'm feeling pretty good this morning.
Well, that's the analogy I've always made. You mentioned fantasy football earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are football coaches out there that want to run the ball every single play, but we live in an era where passing is what works. You might want to have mail-in, but you might want to have voting in person, day of only, paper ballots like I do. But the reality is there's a multitude of tools out there for you to vote. Well, let me ask you this. Let's take that 64 or 66,000 that have unreturned ballots. What number of those 64,000 need to show up in person today? All of them? 3/4 of them? For Jack to obviously win.
Well, let's look at it this way. Jack lost by 84,000 votes last time, approximately. Over the course of the past year alone, Republicans have made up half that gap in a voter registration swing. Democrats lost something like a net of 11,000 voters statewide. Republicans gained about 31. Yeah.
Yep.
So you made up already half with voter registration. So you really only need to get a relatively small amount of that 66,000 that's outstanding, assuming all of the Election Day voters turn out. Democrats love voting early. They want voting to be easy as it is to pre-order a Starbucks coffee and just show up and pick it up. It's a cultural thing.
Which you came in with this morning.
Which I came in and did not bring one for anyone because it's my birthday.
Yep.
It's
your birthday month?
You should have had one for me for my birthday month. That's a very millennial thing.
That's true.
Can I give you guys something that I think is very interesting?
Yeah.
Jack Probuzek, Paso, sent this to me last night.
Okay.
He took a look. Is it Cauchy Is that how you pronounce it?
It's the rival to Polymarket.
Right, which I think these things are kind of bunk, but whatever. I get that some people live or die by them. He looked at the New Jersey data for Kalshi, and it's consistently shown Jack down significantly. I think yesterday he had like a 16% chance to win something stupid.
Yep.
If you isolate just the bets that are being placed from New Jersey, according to Paso, Jack's winning 86% of them.
Wow.
She's winning 14%. According to him, a significant number of her bets are coming from out of the state, including a large number from California.
Okay.
Interesting, right? And the reason I think this is so darn interesting is there was a poll recently that Jack was losing by maybe a couple points, but they asked people a very interesting question. All right, forget who you're voting for. Who do you think your friends and family or neighbors voting for? Jack won by 6 points.
Wow.
It may not seem scientific to some of you, but I think it tells you that there is an undercurrent happening out there that's not being captured by some of these surveys. I think we could see it play out at the polls today.
What do you think is behind the fact that the polling in Jersey, the last 2 election cycles, has been very, very wrong? I mean, you go Jack, he was supposed to lose by 7 or 8. He lost by 2 and change, just under 3. And then last year, Kamala was supposed to win by X. The margin was actually half of that. Why are the numbers so off in New Jersey specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it's because the few polling institutions we have in the state are populated by hacks. FDU, Rutgers, Eagleton. I mean, these are lefties. Like FDU released their poll the day before they hosted Cheryl, and it looked like they were welcoming, Jesus Christ to Jerusalem, on Palm Sunday. It was obscene. So they're not playing it straight. I think part of the problem is New Jersey's a new swing state, right? So a state like Pennsylvania has been polled how many times by how many gazillions of organizations over a long period. They're kind of figuring out, for example, all right, like how much attention and how much weight should be given to the Erie area. What should you expect out of Philadelphia? In New Jersey, it's a new ball game. So they candidly haven't figured it out. The other thing I think that's happening, and this is my big conspiracy theory, when we did our poll, we found Jack winning Hispanic voters. Atlas Intel just found Jack winning black voters. Am I going to predict that he's going to win either, Nick? No. But consistently in all these polls, he's running much better with those groups than a typical Republican does. So what I think these guys are doing, they're not always as honest as we are. I think that they're weighting their polls because they get that and they say, I don't want to release a survey predicting a Republican's going to win the black vote. I'm going to look like an idiot. Let's play with it a little bit.
When you think about this campaign and what we've seen, Jack is running ads against Mikey Sherrill.
Yeah.
Mikey Sherrill is running a campaign against Donald Trump. And when you look at some of the media appearances that have become ads or have become viral clips on social media, Mikey Sherrill could not answer or account for her $7 million when she was asked on the Breakfast Club about that. She couldn't come up with one policy idea when put on the spot. Oh, by the way, both of these in pro-Democrat friendly media environments. It's not like she was being grilled by, Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock on Fox News.
Right. She wasn't on Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Exactly right. And then, of course, the fact that she has hit a lot of stuff about her graduation and that whole thing. And then you look at what Mikey has tried to do against Jack with the app and the drugs and things like that. I mean, does any of that land in a tribal divided, we're in our corner society of politics? Are these the little things that can sway an independent, in your opinion?
Sure. And you don't have to rely upon my guesswork. We see that it's happening, right? I mean, this is not a case where New Jersey has been hopelessly blue for years.
No.
And Matt Rooney's just been huffing hopium in his car before he walked up to the 4th floor to be on Kayal and Company this morning.
Wait, you don't take the elevator coming up?
Me?
Yeah, you take the stairs?
Yes.
That's why I'm fat and you're thinner.
No, I'm definitely not thinner than you. It's not working. I should take the elevator. That's the lesson, kids. Exercise. It's a big.
Greg takes
lie.
the stairs.
Thank you, baby.
Look at him.
Greg jogs backwards up them. That's where he trained with Road Warrior.
By the way,
That's right.
Road Warrior and I are starting PT at 0:45 every morning, Rooney. So if you want to get involved,
Really?
yes, absolutely.
Really?
Have fun.
Okay, I've got
Where?
I've got a post-election goal now.
Okay.
But look, Nick, it's happening, right? Like Jack only lost by 2.8 last time in 21, when there were 250,000 more Democrats than there are today in New Jersey. Trump, under 6 points last year, and nothing. I know Dawn talked about it. There was nothing in New Jersey last year. There was no presidential campaign. I don't want to say it was written off, but it was not a priority because there were places like Pennsylvania that needed the money and the attention. So if that's happening without a single dollar being spent, New Jersey is purple. It's a swing state, folks. If you want it to be a swing state, you just got to work and you got to vote that way.
I was going to ask you what evidence you have that it's a swing state, because I've just seen
the results.
Okay.
Historically, you're talking about as a Republican winning the governor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, we elected Chris Christie twice not that long ago. Trump came as close as any Republicans come in New Jersey since 1992.
But that was Trump
last year without anybody.
That was Trump, though. Right?
But then in 2021, when Democrats had a 1.1 million registration advantage statewide, Jack came within 2.8 points.
Okay.
Today it's about 850. Still a lot
against the historically unpopular Phil Murphy, though.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But he wasn't, and this is something that I've argued with a few people about. Now the response to COVID is unpopular. We all get that it was a scam, the lockdowns, you're not going to get COVID if you get the jab. That was all a lie. At the time that election happened in 21, it's easy to forget that collective consciousness hadn't shifted yet. There were still a lot of people that thought, you know what, I may not love it, but we had to do what we had to do during
Trust
COVID.
the experts.
Trust the experts.
Right.
The joke really wasn't really up yet. So I don't agree with that. I've talked to a couple pollsters, and they're like, well, Phil Murphy was unpopular. He wasn't. That was a very stubborn problem for Republicans back then.
What would you say Murphy's polling numbers right now, approval-wise, are, as he's obviously termed out? Because if you're disgusted with Phil Murphy, well, then Mikey Sherrill's just really an extension and a continuation of the same status quo. And I ask you that, just ballpark what you think it might, or maybe you do have some data. Because I said yesterday, we were talking about Gavin Newsom on the cut sheet. I'm like, guys, I hate to break it to you. As awful as this guy is, he's the biggest liar on the planet. He's a snake oil salesman. His polling numbers, he's around 48% approval in California. Can't fathom it, can't process it, can't explain why. I think that applies here with Phil Murphy or any of these big blue city governors or mayors.
I mean, look at Emerson. If you want to play the polling game, their most recent poll had Phil Murphy's approval in the 30s.
Okay.
Trump was in the 40s. Both underwater, right? I mean, neither of them are going to get a ticker tape parade anytime soon in Newark. But if it's true that Donald Trump is less unpopular than Phil Murphy going into this election, that is a really good sign.
That's a great
for
sign
Jack
for
Ciattarelli.
Jack.
Yeah.
If the current governor is polling under approval rating of 4 out of 10 Americans, or New Jersey residents in this case, if it's 38%, I mean, that's essentially the number Biden was at, right?
That's
so,
right.
why would you vote Mikey Sherrill and expect anything different? No, especially when Jack was, quote, closer than the experts predicted the first time around.
She's less charming than Phil Murphy, if you can believe it. She's as radical as Mom Donnie. Why would you want that? I don't really know many people that do, and it's one of the reasons why going into today I'm feeling kind of optimistic. I mean, look, I live near a number of synagogues. Don't see too many Cheryl signs out on the roads. I see plenty of Jack signs in Hebrew. I think many New Jerseyans from many different communities are starting to realize
Jews for Jack.
Hey,
Jews for Jack. It works.
They made a song in
It's
Lakewood. I should have sent that cut to Stocker.
There you go.
Maybe
All right.
I still will.
Maybe you still have time.
I mean, we still have plenty of time.
Right.
We do. I could find it.
Still got 26 days till your birthday.
That's true. I hope you're all shopping.
All right, we will come back. We will continue with Matt Rooney. I have another question for him on New Jersey, and then we'll weave in some cuts and Fight Club.
By the way, Fight Club coming up at 9:10. Today's is at a Waffle House.
Oh,
we love the Waffle House fights.
It can't be bad.
Waffle House.
That's amazing.
Woo! Yep. So
That's a birthday present.
Make sure youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Only at 197 likes. I think the show today has been exceptional. I don't say that every day. The show today has been exceptional. By the way, guys, another good month. Two great knockdown, drag out fights between Stenslin and myself. Like it's been. So hit that thumbs up button.
How about that, Dawn? I don't think it's been tremendous every day. I don't say that every day. The audacity of this guy.
Audacity.
The audacity.
youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button.
All right, back after this.
Talk to us about kitchen magic, Stenslin. Sorry.
Got to talk about the magic in your kitchen because Fall is in full swing. The holidays ahead. The air is crisp. Yeah, it's the perfect time to cozy up your home with a little help from my friends at Kitchen Magic. Right now, Kitchen Magic offering their biggest discount ever, up to 30% off your new kitchen cabinets or refacing project, 50% off your bathroom installation. Every single Kitchen Magic design is American-made right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, tariff-proof, of course, and crafted by their family-owned team since 1979. They're awesome. And you know, with more than 60,000 happy customers and interest refinancing available, it is so easy to make your dream kitchen or bath a reality. So bring the warmth of the season home. Kitchen Magic. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, now at Rescue Natural Supplements, take advantage of the huge Black Friday savings all month long. We're talking discounts up to 80% on high-quality, carefully crafted natural formulas for just about all of your health and wellness needs for over 40 years now. Rescue has used clinically tested vitamins, nutrients, antioxidants, and patented ingredients to perfect their all-natural supplement blends. And right now, you can grab exactly what you need at all-time high discounts. You'll get slash prices up to 80% off on Rescue's wide variety of wellness products like trusted cholesterol support supplements or high-intensity omega-3s. Stop waiting to improve your well-being and get these limited-time deals at res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483 for up to 80% off during the entire month of November. Shop today, save, and start actually feeling better with high-quality health essentials.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, I'm Eric Rosanello from Rosanello's Windows. For nearly 40 years, our family-owned company has helped protect your home, your family, and your comfort. Our built-to-last, energy-efficient windows, doors, and roofs keep you warmer in winter, cooler in summer, with year-round savings. No high-pressure sales, just honest advice and expert installation. Call or visit rosanellos.com for a free, no-obligation consultation. If you're thinking windows and doors and roofs, you're thinking Rosanellos.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meyer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at Cardinal O'Hara High School in Springfield, Saturday, November 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.901 as we continue. It's Kayal and Company here on Election Day, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. Matt Rooney is with us in studio. He is wearing his black
Rooney, calm down. Rooney,
Make New Jersey Great Again hat, which we like.
I refuse to calm down, not on Election Day.
No. It's the Super Bowl.
Yes.
That's right. Couple of things to get to. We have Fight Club coming up in less than 10 minutes.
And this is technically still the cut sheet, so we have tons of cuts to get to if you guys want to keep going with this.
Let's get to I just want to ask Rooney 2 quick ones here,
Yeah.
and then we'll get to the cut sheet. Last time we spoke about the state as a whole, it was maybe 2 or 3 Tuesdays ago when we had you in, and you had talked about South Jersey and the shore. You had talked about North Jersey and, in the shadows of New York City. And you also were giving us a little bit of a breakdown of Central Jersey and Western Jersey. Just when we look at the state map, for those who might have missed it or were here but don't remember, how are you looking at maybe the 4 different sections of the state, whether that's blue, red, or up for grabs?
Sure. So when you look at the country map, and we've all seen these maps after presidential elections, most of the darn thing is red, right? But then there's certain pockets in urban areas and inner ring suburbs that are blue. That's where all the Democrats live. That's where the Starbucks are, right? So that's where they congregate. So look at New Jersey this way. Most of the state is actually pretty red. Most of South Jersey's red. The Jersey Shore is deep red. The Water Gap up there in the northwest, which is beautiful for leaf peepers this time of year.
Leaf peepers.
The leaf peepers. If you want to go check it out.
The leaf peepers.
I'm doubling as a promoter here for New Jersey's Chamber of Commerce. So those are pretty red. So Jack needs lines in those places today, right? Yeah. So you got to be careful with the anecdotal reports. But one of the reasons I knew Chris Christie was on his way back in 2009 to defeating John Corzine is there were 2-hour lines in places in Ocean County on Election Day. Now, where Democrats are strongest is in the I-95 corridor, which kind of cuts as a diagonal, right, from deep South Jersey, but it goes up into the Philly burbs and then diagonal up to New York, where you cross over to get to the 5 boroughs, Mamdani land. That's where Democrats are strongest. So they've done pretty well in early voting in Burlington County. That's where the white Karens are heavily concentrated. Places like Moorestown, right? They can afford to vote their values. They don't really care if the rest of us are hawking our kidneys to pay our electric bills.
Yeah.
What you got to really look at is those urban centers on Election Day up in the northeastern section of New Jersey. That's where Trump did exceptionally well for a Republican in 2024. There were some places like North Bergen that have a huge number of Hispanic voters that Trump came close to winning. That's nuts. That'd be like a Republican president almost winning Illinois or something like that. So that's what you want to watch. You want to watch how strong is the turnout in the Republican areas and up in those urban centers. Did Democrats kind of exhaust their reserve in early voting? And there isn't much enthusiasm for Mikey Sherrill today.
Go ahead, Greg.
No, is that the last?
Just one more. When do you think this thing is called tonight?
Oh, that's a great
question. If it is called early, late, who does that favor?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty bullish for Jack. I don't like predictions, but I'm feeling pretty good that Jack can win this, and he can win this. It's not going to be a blowout, folks. I hate to break it to you. You're not going to get to bed too early. I think by about 11 o'clock, we're going to have a pretty good idea of the way this thing is going. I don't know if the AP is going to call it an 11 o'clock. But Dom Giordano, yours truly, we're going to be quarterbacking coverage tonight here on 1210. I think about that point when I'm talking to Dom on air, I should probably be able to give you some pretty good information as to how this is going to land.
And by the way, you'll be at Chitterelli headquarters. Is that correct, Matt? Matt Rooney.
I'm going to be at the victory party. It's up in Bridgewater, New Jersey, up in the central part of the state.
Yeah. I've been to that mall.
You've been to the Bridgewater Mall?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lovely mall.
It's a good mall.
As malls go.
Yeah, as malls go back in the day.
But I'll be there at a table, hanging out, talking to everyone that's there, trying to get numbers. Maybe we'll do some interviews. We'll do the best we can to keep you informed. Remember, in the day and age of early voting, those VBMs are going to come floating in for a little while. Mm-hmm. But by the end of the night, we'll have a sense whether or not Jack did well enough where he needed to.
So if 10:15 p.m. it's called, it's probably Mikey. If it's 1:15 a.m. and you're still awake drinking coffee, better odds for Jack.
Yes, I think that's fair. Okay. Because, again, if nothing else, we know how this works. Those vote-by-mail ballots, they only have to be postmarked today.
Okay.
Somebody asked if this will be on YouTube tonight. Yes, it will be on YouTube tonight, starting at 7 p.m. So bring a camera, Rooney.
I mean, does anybody really want to look at this?
Yes. We want to look at your beautiful face.
Okay.
So it's not just New Jersey. There's also Philadelphia going out to vote against Larry Krasner. Pennsylvania voting on the retention of the Supreme Court judges in Pennsylvania. A lot of local elections. Also, there's a mayoral race happening in New York City, where Andrew Cuomo is within 4 points, if you believe that, which I absolutely don't, of Zoran Mondami. So Cuomo yesterday called into the Ebro in the Morning show. It's a morning show on in New York City. I think it competes with the Breakfast Club.
Is that the show Peter Rosenberg is on?
Yes.
Ebro in the morning.
Ebro in the morning.
It sounds like some kind of cheap overseas Kayal and Company knockoff.
It's the Fugazi Kayal Company.
Yeah, right.
Or an emu. It sounds like an exotic animal or a bird or something.
So they had Cuomo on the line, and they were talking about the fact that Trump basically endorsed Cuomo. He said you should go out and vote for Cuomo, and they brought that up to Andrew Cuomo. He hung up on them.
Are you serious?
Roll this.
Your boy was just on 60 Minutes, Cuomo, saying that you're his guy.
No.
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a communist. Or a communist, he's picking you.
Hello?
I think that they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
No. Being kind.
That had to be a
I really wanted to hear that answer.
drop the call.
That's what I was going to ask you.
Ebro just got spicy.
Oh.
I heard a click before the boop.
Wow. Okay.
Her eyeliner looks really good.
well.
Wow, look at that.
Peter Rosenberg, a guy with 0 talent and 7 jobs. It's really fascinating, the rise of that guy. But, I mean, if you're Cuomo, you absolutely, that had to be a technical issue. Either there was a radio station issue with the board or Cuomo's service was terrible. If you're Cuomo fighting for your political future,
guys,
you don't take that?
Guys, we know how these things work. Like, if that was a drop call or something, somebody would have called back.
Yeah,
and said, "Oh, sorry, we're doing like,"
Okay.
or if they had a certain amount of time with them, somebody would have said that. So no, I think that he was done.
But
He's
Trump's
done with the
logic is
interview.
absolutely spot on. A bad Democrat's still better than a socialist.
But even Mamdani was asked about this, and even Mamdani said he had some Trump supporters, people who wanted something different.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm stunned. Rooney, we played earlier. Stephen Miller was on with Hannity last night, basically telling everybody to go vote for Cuomo. I'm like, what bizarre world am I living in?
Hey, it's 2025, man. Things happen.
Cuomo's a pervert, a sex pest, a fiend, and he was a terrible governor. And that's better than Mondami?
Yes. Yes.
If you're Cuomo too, why not just lean into that and say Trump, the evil orange man, just called me a bad Democrat? It's kind of along the lines of, and I'm not saying it's the same thing, but why not try to make it a deplorable moment? That would have been better politics. But I'll tell you what's happening. Andrew Cuomo, it's under his skin that he obviously had a tremendous fall from grace as governor of New York.
Absolutely.
Did a terrible job. Now he's about to get his teeth kicked in by this Mamdani squirt, who he clearly views as a lightweight intellectually in terms of his ability to run New York City. He's probably feeling a little bit peevish at this stage of the race, and that's probably why we got the click.
It's like a squirt of the New York stink that I hear the prisoners make.
By the way,
that bit.
By the way,
that was good, Dawn.
Lisa on the YouTube chat writes, Sean, put over just the video of the three of them in that video that's in preview. Just put it over. No.
Yeah, just fast forward to get the 3 box. Yep, now bring
going.
it over.
Right
Yep,
there.
right there.
Pause it right there. Lisa says that this is the eBay version of Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Well, a lot of
Except
people
her
have tried
eyeliner is way. I like the outliner kind of outliner.
So since you kind of look like Peter Rosenberg, I guess that makes me Ebro.
You're Ebro stalker.
Like what? Because I have the goatee? Like what? Or the no?
Nah, it's a reach. There's Stalker and Ebro, there's nothing alike.
Collect them all this Christmas, kids.
And Dawn's more beautiful than this broad.
Yeah.
And I have more talent in my pinky than Rosenberg does in his body.
I could see some kid under his tree this Christmas saying, "Oh, another Greg.
Yeah.
I already had a Greg. I wanted a Dawn."
Well, I don't know what's worse, the lack of radio talent in New York or the lack of politicians. Hard to believe.
It's really
It really
true.
is.
It's really true.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, you understand Trump's point, though, right?
Yes,
like
yes.
it's the opposite of an embarrassment of riches. It's just an embarrassment up there. And yeah, Cuomo's a pig. He's a terrible human being. I mean, he's responsible for I don't know how many deaths during COVID, but he believes in like free markets, right? I mean, we're having that conversation post-Cold War. Here in what's supposed to be the financial capital of the world, let alone the United States.
Yep.
I think Trump is frustrated, too, because don't forget this either. Donald Trump loves New York City.
Oh,
Whatever you think about the man,
sure.
It's his ancestral home. He put a lot of work and effort over a lot of years into that great city. He even saved Kevin McAllister when he got lost at a hotel.
Yes, right. The Plaza Hotel.
One Christmas many years ago. So
right.
I think he's taking it personally. I do believe that.
And by the way, did you know in the remake
All right,
of
Sean.
Home Alone 2?
All right, Sean, you can take the
They
extracted
photo off. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks.
They edited out Trump from Home Alone 2.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
It's
That should be
disgusting.
that should be reason for Fight Club in its own right.
Some radio stations will be playing Christmas music this time of year. What do we have for you? Kayal and Company Fight Club, where we know fights equal ratings. And coming soon, Kayal and Company Canceled Flight Fight Club, where we know canceled flights, lost baggage, and people stressed out at the holidays already equal bigger fights and bigger ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
We are gonna knock you out.
Fight Club! Thank you, Jim Kelly. Fight Club on this Tuesday. Today it takes place at a Waffle House with an African-American gentleman with orange hair. Yeah, you heard that right. You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. A Waffle House. We love us some Waffle House fights. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go over there and make sure you're hitting the thumbs up button and the subscribe button.
Waffle House, much better than Cracker Barrel, by the way, for food and fights.
Waffle House is gross.
Oh, you out of your mind?
What?
Absolutely, it's
Oh,
gross.
dude.
That's disgusting.
They pull
Waffle
out.
House is delicious.
They get that big scoop of lard. You
Yeah.
throw that lard on the skillet.
Yeah. Nope. No.
Excuse me, are you aware of the ongoing cholesterol problem in the country?
All right, Shawnee, let's roll it.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Oh.
It's
hitting a.
Oh, it's an employee.
It's hitting an.
Oh, my
Oh, look at that! Oh, look at this! Look! Oh, man!
Oh.
It's like tug of war, and she's in the
Oh,
middle.
look at the now look at the cook come in.
Oh no!
Oh, and he threw a
Garbage can.
trash can, and now they're coming back for him.
Uh-oh. All right, so we have Cisco against the Waffle House cook.
And that thong, 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 thong.
Look at this. Oh, there's a frying pan. Yeah.
Oh!
Yep. All right, so now cooler heads are trying to prevail. My guy's got retro 4s on. He's trying to pull Cisco back.
There's enough waffles for everybody, guys. Come on.
Look, the home fries are good. I get it.
Bro.
Yep.
Do you, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He said, I'm just trying to get before I go home. The Wi-Fi is crazy.
Yep.
All right.
Hey, I have where it's at.
That's a great. By the way, today's Fight Club was submitted by Gigi Gadget. Thank you, Gigi, for
Gigi always finds the gold.
Really, really good stuff. So, Dawn, you asked why I hate Fight Club. It's because of why I hate Waffle House. It's because of that.
Uh-oh.
Well, but here's the thing you have to realize, too.
It's the clientele.
Yeah,
It's the bottom of the barrel.
You're not getting the
humans.
best clientele from any segment of society.
It's why I don't shop at Walmart. It's
But
why I don't fly on Spirit Airlines.
You have to go during the day.
What are the
Carnival
odds?
Cruise.
You don't want to be there at 2:15
Yeah.
in the morning.
Well said.
All right. You go there on a weekend morning, on a Saturday morning, more cordial and peaceful. You go there on a Friday night, turned into Saturday morning, and you're going to get the people that are going to start throwing trash cans.
No. No Waffle House for me.
Oh, man.
My
2 eggs, hash browns, some sausage links.
What do you have for breakfast, Greg?
I don't eat breakfast.
Yeah, dude, this is why I was asking for food. I've got one guy who just chugs coffee like it's Gatorade. I've got a lady in the next booth. She chugs coffee like it's Gatorade. Neither of them eat.
All right, let's
All they do is run on coffee.
Let's go to a diner after this. I'll just pour some lard directly into Kayal's mouth.
I'll eat. You know, my wife made bacon and eggs Sunday morning, so like I had that.
Okay.
But like I don't normally eat breakfast.
Okay.
So
yeah, coffee and what else do you have every now and then? You have like a little nut bar in there, don't you?
I haven't eaten that in months. I haven't eaten that in months.
Yeah,
a nut bar.
Stensland doesn't eat until mid-afternoon.
I don't.
2 o'clock.
I actually don't. I'm a little bit earlier than her, but I probably eat it. I don't know, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
By the time either one of them have a meal, I've already had 2 meals and a nap. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Well, Nick, I think you're more like me. We eat like hobbits. I've got.
That's why I'm shaped like Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah.
I want to get into the Prop 50 bet, or the Prop 50.
We can do prop bets
on that's happening in California. I want to get into that next. Plus, Nancy Pelosi is not running for re-election in 2026. However, she says if she wanted to, she could win.
And she also is going out in a blaze of glory with her comments about Trump.
We'll get to all of that on the other side, Nick Kayal.
What a wretched woman. Unbelievable. Kayal and Company. Oh, my sounder was down. That's all right. I'll try it one more time. Give me a little Nancy on the way out here.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Exactly.
Okay?
Back after this.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity.
If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Visit windownation.com.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
There have been bomb threats this morning in 7 counties. That's a third of New Jersey's counties at polling stations. Bergen, Essex, Mercer, Middlesex, Monmouth, Ocean, and Passaic counties. And those are pretty important counties, by the way, for both parties. I haven't read anywhere that they're being considered credible. David Wildstein from the New Jersey Globe is reporting that the threats came from foreign email accounts.
Yeah, and this is being reported. It's all the networks are reporting it as, we have Fox, all the networks, bomb threats and multiple bomb threats across the region. And so that I believe it's also happening on the Pennsylvania side. So even if they're unfounded, the problem here, highly disruptive. Oh, absolutely. Right? Because when you have the threat, you have to bring in the bomb squad, you have to bring in the dogs, you have to secure the area, you have to bring in law enforcement. So I know one of them was, they're talking about Ewing High School. So that just adds to it, right?
Okay.
Because these stations get closed temporarily. Yep. And if I can throw this out there for just a second, guys, the GOP, for those of you voting today, set up an election protection hotline. It's 732-335-7300. You can also go to newjersey.protectthevote.com. So obviously the bomb threat, you don't have to let them know about that, right? The authorities are on top of it. But if you see anything suspicious,
call us first. Just
right.
Live on the air.
First, let Dawn know. Yeah. Breaking news.
And then
let
get
us
to that
know.
number.
Kayal and Company.
Yeah, and our number is 855-839-1210.
And then log it. You have to be the eyes and the ears of the people that are trying to make sure we have free and fair elections today.
There you go.
Also happening today in California, they're voting on Prop 50, which, Dawn, if you can, the specifics on this is about redistricting, right? It's about redrawing the district maps in California that obviously is going to favor Democrats.
Yeah, Prop 50 is the use of legislative congressional redistricting with the map amendment is on the special election ballot as a legislatively referred constitutional amendment.
And it's the response to Texas's, what they allege are Texas's redrawn maps. So this was California trying to counter Texas.
Which then Florida is going to try to counter California. That's in the news as well.
And the wisdom is that California is going to vote in favor of Prop 50. Kevin Kiley was on Fox. He's a Republican out of California for the U.S. House of Representatives, talking about Prop 50. This is Cut 35. Apparently, a lot of people don't actually know what it is or what it actually does. People have the wrong impression of this, according to this Representative Rolis.
A more accurate summary would say that this initiative tears up the map that was drawn by our Independent Citizens Commission and replaces it with one drawn by politicians. And it overturns our constitutional ban on gerrymandering and instead institutes one of the most gerrymandered maps in modern history. Princeton University's Gerrymander Project called this map one of the 2 worst gerrymanders in the last 50 years. They gave the map an F grade. So that's why they don't have the map actually there for you to see on the ballot, because then you'd be like, wow, this is a pretty funny shape for this district. What's going on here? And people would reject it out of hand. Instead, they just give you this sort of, adenine summary like, oh, temporary maps are coming in, without telling you that these were maps that were drawn behind closed doors by politicians specifically to serve their own interests.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word temporary because there's also questions if this is obviously going to go away. It's going to be a permanent feature. What initiatives are out there to potentially prevent that? Is this a one-time deal?
Yeah, so I find it very, very hard to believe that if this new map that the politicians have drawn in order to benefit themselves, if it does get adopted, that they're going to simply, throw it out the window in a few years. Nothing is really temporary when it comes to the self-interest of politicians. So I think that if this does pass, it would be very difficult for California to return to a system of fair representation. And so that temporary word, I think, is very misleading at the very least.
Hard enough for Republicans to win in California as is. Now imagine with this reshaping of the balance of power in the state, what it would mean for years to come. Essentially, the big takeaway, what you need to know is that this would lead to, in all likelihood, Democrats flipping 5 congressional seats in next year's midterms.
But would it lead to some Californians saying that it violates their basic constitutional rights? And does that drag them into the courts over this?
Yeah.
I would imagine there would be lawsuits.
Oh, for sure.
Because even many Democrats say, hey, we already had it pretty good, and we had this independent commission that everybody agreed upon, and it's clearly partisan.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody should be doing that. Not Texas, not Florida, not Pennsylvania.
And it's also very rich when guys like
nobody.
J.B. Pritzker in Illinois are talking about what Republicans are trying to do in Texas. And the facts are out there that Illinois, I mean, they're the peak definition of gerrymandering. So, again, I always like to point out the fact that when Republicans do it, it's the end of the world. Democrats do it, it's well within their rights. But if you think elections don't matter and votes don't matter, with the bomb threats that Rooney just talked about and what we're talking about here with Prop 50, try telling me these things don't matter. Maybe they might not matter to every single individual, but for some of the power brokers that be, yeah, it's important.
They're predicting that Prop 50, this vote on the redistricting wins.
Yep.
But does it? Do fair-minded Californians, do they think, I think they're going to vote for it?
Yes, it wins.
Emerson has it
I'm
at
agreeing
about,
with you.
Emerson has it at 62%.
But
speaking of California, Nancy Pelosi has decided not to run, seek re-election in 2026.
It's finally over, folks.
However, this is 34, Sean. She said that if she decided to run, roll this.
I know you've said the focus is on Prop 50. I know you've said you won't talk about your future until after Prop 50, but there is speculation about what you're going to do next. Can you talk to us just about what the thought process is? How do you weigh the personal and the political?
Well, first of all, when people start as in the press speculating, is she going to run, is she not going to run, other people file or say they're going to run, you know what that does? That gives me so much support. People calling me saying, I'm for you, I'm for you, I'm for you, representing organizations, representing communities that some of these people are leaders in, but calling and saying, if you go, I'm with you. So it's a lovely thing to see the friendship. I have no doubt that if I decided to run, I would win. That isn't even a question. It isn't arrogant. It's competent.
What a political
I know
savage.
my district. I live here. I am with them much of the time. They've given me the latitude when I was speaker and leader to be around the country and around the world, and I'm grateful to them for that. But I'd always keep the home fires burning, as I have always done.
If every Republican had the balls that she has, the fight, the savage beast nature that is politics, it'd be a different landscape.
100%.
She's an absolute animal.
She intimidated people. I mean, think about it. When she said she had the votes, she had the votes.
Yep.
When she wanted people to shut it and not speak out.
She was a very effective leader.
Yes, sir.
And let's not forget that viciousness to tie these two threads together is part of the reason why this redistricting battle is happening.
Yeah.
Because Democrats have been gerrymandering states like mine, New Jersey, for years, and nobody complained about the threat to democracy. That's one of the reasons why if you look at the national map, Democrats stand to gain far fewer seats, even with California, from this war. But look, I'm glad Nancy is going to now retire, spend more time with her wet bar. Hopefully it's a peaceful, happy retirement.
Real quick break again here, but when we come back, I want to play this. What is happening with police in Toronto, Canada? Did you guys see this story? They were trying to apprehend a citizen, and well, it's like something that would happen out of like The Naked Gun or one of those shows. Oh boy! But we'll get to that on the other side, Nick.
All right, Matt Rooney with us for a little while longer today in music history is on the way. Dawn's Big Three and the Dawn Show in under 30 minutes. Ooh. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Eric Rosanello from Rosanello's Windows. Your home is an investment. The right windows protect that investment. We've helped families stay comfortable and save on energy bills since 1985. No high-pressure sales, just expert installation and no obligation free consultations. We're celebrating our 40th anniversary with 1985 pricing. Windows starting at just $225, and it's ending soon. Call or visit rosanellos.com for this exclusive offer. If you're thinking Windows, you're thinking Rosanellos.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Thank you, Sean. Enough of the praise. People don't want to hear flowery praise. They want me to hear. They want to hear me yelling at people.
That's right.
This is a Toronto police officer who they're trying to apprehend a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they get out of the car to get down on the ground, get down on the ground, and they forget to put their SUV in park.
Hey, we have a rollaway.
All right, let's roll this here. Oh. They bring him down.
Get down.
Look at the car. Look at the car. Look at
Oh. Put it in reverse. Rooney, put it in reverse.
The wrong way.
Wrong way.
The wrong way. He ran him over.
Not DR.
The wrong way.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Gear shifter goes back up. Not down.
Amazing. And you know this is Canada because there's a Tim Hortons. It's happening right in front of a Tim Hortons.
You know what? Canada really shouldn't even be the 51st state. We should just make it like a little municipality.
They just failed the audition with
They
that
did.
cut.
They're not cut out for prime time. Honestly, all right, let's have a moment of honesty. How many times or who on the show has actually pulled into their parking space, their driveway, their garage, and gotten out without putting it in park? Have you ever had that happen?
I don't think I've gotten out, but I've definitely thought that I was in park and I wasn't.
Okay, same here.
But that, I mean, come on.
Yeah. And then the worst part, he gets in.
Yeah.
And he goes forward even more.
Yeah. EKZ says lawsuit. Yeah. So
absolutely.
You're going to take this criminal and you're going to make him, he's going to get off or he's going to get rich or whatever. Sean, can you just play it one more time?
Yeah, no audio.
Yeah.
Let's just roll through the footage here.
Yeah, you can
So
play
you have one cop coming out. Yeah, play it. Go ahead. Just mute it. And he's getting around his vehicle. He's coming up the bend. He makes a right.
They shoot the guy too.
Or is the taser gun
maybe? And then
in Canada, that might be a BB gun, to be honest.
The car runs him over.
Yeah.
And then the guy tries to get in to reverse it, and he goes forward.
Yep. This reminds me of Austin Powers when he's stuck between the two walls and he keeps going forward.
Oh, man. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. And then they're like, sorry about... Look at that. And the one cop is limping, too, because...
Right. He probably got his leg rolled over.
Sean, can you just rewind it like 20 seconds? Because when he goes... Yeah, there you go.
Can you imagine?
Canada.
So
I hate Canada.
So this guy got shot at, and then they were able to run him over.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All these cops are done.
Oh, 100%.
In Canada, I mean, this is like, the only place that could be worse for you to have this happen is either a big blue city in America or in France.
I thought Canada had Mounties.
Nah, that's just a wrestler from the 90s.
No, they do have Mounties. They do have Mounties.
Do they really?
Yes, of course they do.
Yeah.
Where do you think the character came from?
I think that's like their highway patrol. I think that's who the Mounties are.
Yeah?
Oh, really?
Their state police. Yeah, I think that's kind of their equivalent.
Gotcha. Wow, that's amazing.
Not as good as our Pennsylvania State Police.
100% no.
Dudley Do-Right would have never let that happen.
Could you imagine if this happened in Philadelphia under Krasner's watch?
No, I can't.
Rest in peace.
How about this one? This is a Baltimore police officer. This is cut 5, Sean. Is suspended after apparently trying to run over a civilian before crashing into a house.
Jeez.
Baltimore City's police commissioner, Richard Worley, says the video was so bizarre that he thought it was AI. First I saw it, I thought it was AI. Honestly, I did. I thought because you can do so many things with AI, we have to make sure the video is real, he said.
Mm-hmm. Well, dashboard cam should confirm.
So it looks like they get out and this police is trying to telling these two individuals to go home or something like that, and they don't listen. And then he just jumps his car and
might be trespassing
and tries to run them over.
Oh boy!
This to me, this is just a cop who's had enough.
Yeah,
and is fed up.
This would be you on the job.
Well, that's why I could never be a cop, and that's why I love what police officers do, the restraint that they can show.
The temperaments.
I would not have such restraint.
No.
All right, Shawnee, play, go.
3 times a week on this show.
I do. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was ready to crash out last night when I couldn't get Monday Night Football on YouTube TV.
Oh, for God's sake.
My daughters were like, Dad, are you ready to crash out? I'm like, you have no idea, honey.
An IRS lawyer has opened up. God, I hate lawyers.
Why?
I'm not taking the bait.
I understand why
I am not taking the bait.
It is so unfair.
It is.
Politicians are way below lawyers in the detestable profession.
Calm down. Ronnie!
I mean, we're at least more loved than station brand managers. Can we agree on that much?
Oh, 1,000%. I think lawyers are polling way ahead of radio brand managers.
Lawyers are the scourge of the earth. Change my mind.
Today's poll on YouTube: who's less likable?
All right, here's my power rankings. Bottom three, the lowest you can get, race hustlers.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 above that is politicians, and then lawyers.
How about France? Is France in there?
The entire nation of France.
Lawyers are ahead of France and Canada.
French don't
Canada.
bring French lawyers in here.
Canada, the Swiss. Did I mention I hate the Swiss?
The Swiss?
I hate the Swiss.
Now you're working your way over towards Stensland's region of the world.
Rooney.
Is it the cheese, the watches?
No, the Swiss.
The neutrality?
The neutrality. That's what I hate. They sat there during World War II, and they're like, oh, we're neutral. They were pillaging dead bodies for gold.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up.
It was
I'm
not.
serious.
It was not a good look.
They're a scum people. F the Swiss.
On the other hand, it made some chocolate.
F the French.
Well, forget the chocolate for a second. Have we ever understood why there's holes in the cheese?
Ooh.
Does anybody know why we have holes in Swiss cheese? It's something that's bothered me since I was born.
There's a mind bender.
Can we go to break? I gotta wrap my mind around this.
I mean, seriously.
This is cut 8. So this is an IRS lawyer. During the government shutdown, he's kind of out of work, right?
Was he selling kielbasa's?
Yep. He went on the streets of New York and opened up I literally am playing this just for that drop. He went to the streets of New York and he's opening up a hot dog stand.
He's wearing gloves.
Roll this, Shawnee.
I had been batting around this particular idea for
And he's
a couple
dressed as a
years,
lawyer.
Of being a hot dog vendor.
He's a
And then in
furloughed
June, I just decided that I had
IRS.
to just go for it. I got notice that I would be furloughed on October 8th. I then had time to do it full-time during the week, which is what I've been doing. I'm a tax lawyer. The IRS Office of Chief Counsel is my employer. And what I do is I write retirement plan regulations. I wear a suit every day that I am vending. Part of the culture of this city is that clothes have a lot to do with social positioning, so it's intended as an artistic comment.
Mustard.
My man.
So he walks over.
I ordered a hot dog with just mustard, no ketchup.
Mustard.
As he advises.
This is just going beyond my wildest expectations. Part of the whole point of this is just to make people laugh and smile. The unifying theme of the people who come up and my interactions with them is just pure, unadulterated happiness and joy.
Thank you.
All of the federal workers I've met here have been incredibly supportive. I'm really happy to see them. Hopefully soon, I will go back to my office job and continue to operate this on Fridays and weekends.
In all seriousness, I know he's doing it for a bit on TikTok, but you gotta work. Go get another job. Absolutely. Yeah. This guy's an entrepreneur. Absolutely.
Could you imagine
selling some dogs on the street?
Imagine Matt Rooney having a labor dispute at the firm, and he's all of a sudden going into Cherry Hill, New Jersey, and setting up a cart with hot dogs, kraut, and mustard.
Well, he would do it well.
He would.
I would serve kielbasa.
Oh,
You'd wear that vest that you wear to all the Chitterelli rallies.
I'd wear the vest.
Yeah.
With the pockets.
Oh.
Matt's friendly neighborhood dog cart.
Rooney, do you want to stick around for the big 3?
Woo.
Sure.
Dawn, is that okay with you?
Of course.
Yeah.
I would love it.
It would have been a lot funnier if Dawn was like, no.
That's what I was hoping.
Be gone.
I was
Back to your
hoping she
side
would
of the
say-
fridge.
I was hoping she would say no.
Take him in his hot dog vest away from the...
Hey, Rooney, is that mustard on your vest? Kayal and Company, the big 3 today in music history coming up next.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. My grandfather Marvin, a World War II vet, started our family business almost 75 years ago. He knew every customer personally. Today, the HVAC business has changed. Most guys like me have sold out to larger private equity firms, making most of my competitors a bunch of overpriced corporate rodeo clowns. If you want an HVAC company that's big enough to get you fast, but small enough to care and know who you are, then contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax, or store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT on this day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 4th, we celebrate the birthday of Chris Difford from Squeeze, who's 71. Sing-Cood Walking on the Moon by the Police in 79. Radio Song by R.E.M. in 91, Rock in a Hard Place by the Stones in 89, and Keep On Loving You by REO Speedwagon in 80. Abdiku, The Man Who Sold the World by David Bowie in the U.S. in 70. Hearts and Bones by Paul Simon in 83. Mob Rules by Sabbath in 81. And Footloose and Fancy Free by Rod Stewart in 77. Also in 93, Depeche Mode's Martin Gore was arrested at the Denver Westin Hotel after refusing to turn down the volume of his music in the room. In 89, Roxette was top the singles chart. In 2003, Sebastian Bach began his recurring role on the Gilmore Girls. In 78, Boston plays in the city of Boston for the very first time. And in 68, Cream plays their last U.S. show. But lastly, on this day in 75, Leonard Skinner performed at the Cardiff Capitol Theatre. A recording of this show is released over 30 years later. For
with Don Stensland.
Big three. I wanted the climax of the song, for crying out loud. I was waiting for it. So our big three this morning, number one, man, we got a lot of breaking news. In Pennsylvania, Election Day in the USA, Pennsylvania, some voters in Chester County might need to cast provisional ballots. A lot of breaking news. Beth Ann Rossica just ahead 10:20. By the way, in media, voters looking at tax hikes. What's going to happen in media, PA? Let's take you to New Jersey, where voters were out early, 6 a.m. before the 7 a.m. polls in Pennsylvania. New Jersey, 7 New Jersey polling places targeted by these cyber threats and bomb threats. Nobody injured, no arrests. We've been reporting this for you. What about in New Jersey? What about in NYC? Well, Cuomo at the last moment, former governor, disgraced governor, now mayoral candidate against Mamdani. Oh, Cuomo, he doth grovel. Listen in.
Nobody knew what we were dealing with. I had the best health experts from around the globe giving us advice. We followed the best advice. We followed the federal guidance. And people died in a horrific way. There were no visitors allowed into nursing homes. And I apologize for any family that lost a loved one during that time. It was on my watch. And I understand how terrible it was.
Yeah, we really were first and worst. I remember calling my...
It's unbelievable to me. This, by the way, guys, this is who Trump is telling you guys to go vote for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
But word of advice, if I'm Cuomo, I wouldn't talk about things from 5 years ago. Just a non-consultant observation. Talk about the threat that is Mamdani to New Yorkers. But
disgraceful.
Was Janice Dean there today? Because remember, she lost her parents.
Yes. I know, it's absolutely disgraceful that this guy is still in politics, and that he's even. I mean, he's not going to be the next mayor, but that he's being endorsed by people.
Yep.
The president is telling you to go vote for him. That guy.
When the options are so bad, like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo.
Stop defending it, dude. Like, it's not. There's no defending there. There's no defending it there. I'm sorry.
Defending what?
Going to vote for Cuomo.
Yes, there's an easy defense to it.
There absolutely is not.
Trump doesn't want to see his city run by a socialist.
Yeah, and I don't really think it's an endorsement. Like, you're choosing between, like, stage 3 and stage 4 cancer here, right?
Well, that's true, yeah.
Neither of them are good options.
Right.
Trump's saying, you know what? This guy's not a legitimate communist.
Right. Like, I think if, Cuomo, it's like dropping dead of a heart attack, and Mom Donnie's like, going through the worst awful cancer that you could possibly go through.
Let's put it this way, Greg, because I want to convince
both ways.
If Cuomo wins, New York might still be salvageable down the road, right? New York had its 70s and 80s when it was like a Batman movie, and we were able to turn it around. Mom Donnie wins? That might be something a little bit too far to come back from.
There's a poll out there. Now, again, it's a poll, so we'll see if people actually follow through with it. But we did see some people leave the country when Trump won. There's a poll out there that says about 1 million New Yorkers are planning to leave the city and the state if he wins.
I just don't buy
the rich people.
I just don't buy the lesser of two evils thing. Like, it's just
I totally do.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh,
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Ask Greg if Greg were, let's say, the executive producer, brand manager / co-host / all the other job titles on Fox and Friends, would you though have Cuomo? Is it television that you cannot turn off?
No, I'm not.
Him groveling.
Well, more Democrats watch Fox News and CNN.
No, I'm not talking about Fox and Friends having him on. No, it's absolutely. They should have fought back more, I believe.
Have Janice go out there and beat him. Will you just take a beating?
So you don't believe in picking the lesser of two evils as a strategy?
Here's the thing, though, guys. There is a solution if you don't like either of those two. It's Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah, but
why are people not telling people to go vote for Curtis Sliwa?
Because he's so far behind. He's drawing dead.
But you're throwing your vote away anyway, voting for Cuomo. It makes no sense to me.
In theory, you could technically.
There's a third option.
Yeah,
by the way, everybody's still on the ballot.
Yeah.
So is their New York mayor, right? So what if, that's the weird part of it.
Oh, that's right. Even though Adams dropped out, he's still on.
That's right. So think about that. There's probably, and by the way, a lot of people are ignorant. What if they think, oh, Adams is on the ballot? Maybe he, people don't know. What if they vote for people who are still on the ballot because it was too late to take Mayor Adams off?
I'll give you two perfect examples of how the lesser of two evils is absolutely a viable play here. Go to sports, right? You're an Eagles fan. The Giants and Cowboys are playing. You're probably rooting for the Giants because they are the lesser of two evils. In my life, spending a night with my wife or my mother-in-law, I'm picking the wife. It's the lesser of two evils.
Oh, God, dude. Man, you really put it all out there.
I lay it all out there, folks.
You really do.
And a lot of it's for show.
And he's a wimp. He knows she's not listening right now. She's busy.
I'm going to apologize right now.
Tracy says, so people shouldn't vote. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm saying that there's an option for people who don't want Mondami, vote for Curtis Sliwa.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
I think mathematically, if that was plausible, I think that would be the play. But when you see that Cuomo is 8 or 10 points behind, well, if everybody jumps ship on, and by the way, I have never said that Sliwa should drop out, even though he's got no chance.
True.
But it's kind of absurd that I'm going to stop rambling. This is Dawn's time.
Well, it's whose time it is, Piazza Auto Group time, because they are our sponsor as we continue on the Big Three. And since we're on the topic of elections in the USA, you know how in Game of Thrones the saying was, a Lannister always pays.
Yeah.
Well, Newman, this one's for you, baby, because we here at Kayal and Company, we always
Newman Price.
Our Newman, yes.
Oh, okay.
Our Newman.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Not Seinfeld Newman.
Right.
Yeah, not
that's
that
what Greg
Newman.
was
That's
thinking.
the lesser. I'm talking about our Newman.
Yeah.
And we always keep our promises. And with that, here's Giuseppe.
Hi, everyone. I just want to give a no-nonsense comparison between me and my opponent, who was appointed
In
to office
Abington.
only months ago. This first one, to me, is the most important, so I'm going to start here. I'm just a regular kid from Abington who's trying my best to get elected and earn your vote. My opponent was not elected. She was appointed, and she's the wife of our current state representative. I'm a 15-year CPA. She's a lawyer. I'm going to be a full-time tax collector with Saturday hours during busy season. She is a part-time tax collector. The tax office is going to be modernized and completely overhauled by me. This includes 100% online filing and bill paying for business and property taxes. She hasn't done any of this. I'm endorsed by Montgomery County Commissioner Tom DeBello. She's endorsed by Ben Sanchez, her husband. One last thing. I'm Giuseppe Bucci, CPA.
Yeah.
And remember, when you find the best, forget about the rest.
Giuseppe Bucci.
I like this.
Right?
I like this
Giuseppe.
guy. I like
Giuseppe
this guy.
Bucci.
I like the facial hair,
Yeah.
too.
Right?
And,
the Booch.
And what's
The
he running
Booch.
for? What's
He's
he running for?
tax collector, and this
Tax
is Montgomery County in Abington.
Yep.
But he says he's going to revamp the whole, that the office is all antiquated, and that's why people have a tough time, doing things online. So go Giuseppe, would you? Go for the Booch.
Yeah, that's the common theme in Montgomery County. Things are antiquated, but taxes are high. I've realized that in 3 years.
What are you paying for?
Too much.
But in this one, a local election, we have a lot of local elections going on. And speaking of which, that brings us to, let's go to Bucks County. So we had this huge news conference yesterday, bipartisan. I know we talked about this in 6 a.m., but we had our Commissioner Bethel, police commissioner here in Philadelphia. He went out to the burbs. This was hosted by the Attorney General, Dave Sunday. And really, if you look at it, bipartisan group of individuals bringing home the point that this recent huge, historic drug bust with fentanyl and an entire basically organized crime unit that was peddling fentanyl and drugs and death on the streets of not just Philadelphia. And that's the point they're trying to bring home here, is that if you think that because you're out in the beautiful suburbs of Abington, Montgomery County, Bucks, Delco, whatever, no, this impacts all of us. That's the point they're trying to make. And that's why we made the point. It was a shame that DA Krasner was not there joining in with Democrats and Republicans. Here, for example, of her reelection as well, District Attorney Bucks County, Jennifer Shorn.
Including the Philadelphia Police Department. We stand together, and when we do, we are stronger. This is the literal definition of a force multiplier. And those who are dealing and manufacturing these poisonous drugs should be on notice that together we will identify you, we will prosecute you, and you will pay the price for what you're doing to our communities. I could not be more proud to work with the men and women standing behind me and all of our partners in this endeavor. And I will tell you, we will not abide by this type of criminal activity. So I thank the partners, and it is my privilege to introduce my friend.
And now, so now she introduces a Democrat, actually, district attorney. Like I say, hand in hand, Democrats, Republicans, coming together against drugs, the poison on our streets, the crime.
Has anybody in the media asked Larry Krasner what he thought about Kash Patel and the FBI's drug sting in Kensington?
It's a great question.
It is a great question.
I don't know. Has he been on the record saying anything about that?
I know. His tweets are only about Trump.
By the way, she will be on my ballot, and I will be voting for her.
Thank you, Greg Stocker. Nice endorsement there.
Stocker endorsement.
Well, I mean, it's
folks.
Well,
That
nice.
is.
I mean, it's a personal.
Turn my fader up. Hold on a second.
It's
Turn
not
my
an endorsement.
fader
It's
up.
a personal revelation.
We have breaking news. Stocker makes an endorsement on 1210 WPHT.
Anybody who's going to get pedophiles and drug scum off of my streets in Bucks County, yes.
Firing squad.
More of that, please. Jennifer Shorn, I salute you, madame.
I'm Greg Stocker. I don't like breakfast. I don't like France.
Or the
But
Swiss.
this is your candidate. Or the Swiss.
Or the Swiss. I hate the Swiss.
It's the new midday show, Stocker and Shorn.
A non-political moment, just to bring it home,
Yeah, baby.
with suburban crime and how the Philadelphia drug trade and this organized crime that may be more visible here in Philadelphia is visible to those in law enforcement fighting this every day. Yes, it affects you in the suburbs. Just hear somebody who's not up for re-election. This is somebody who has grew up in Philadelphia from a big Catholic family, like 9 kids in the family, and was a Philadelphia cop, and has worked his way up, is now the police chief in Abington, Pennsylvania. And this is Chief Pat Malloy speaking about this.
Thank Commissioner Bethel and his leadership team for making the reduction of violent crime and drug trafficking a major priority in his time that he's come back to Philadelphia. Also, the mayor targeting Kensington area, not only to lock up these individuals peddling poison, but to improve the quality of life for so many people in that community who endured that quality of life for way too long. We as chiefs in suburban communities have benefited from the leadership in Philadelphia, the FBI, and all the great work that's done. We've seen and reaped the benefits in our respective communities. Many of us here today are chiefs of agencies where you could be described as we're too big to be small and too small to be big. But with that comes the reliance on Philadelphia, the FBI, ATF, HSI, and our partners in the Attorney General's office. We couldn't do it without their support.
Thank you, Chief Malloy.
Wow. By the way, he's so I met him. He's been on your show. He's been on with Dom. He's been on the station for 100 years, and I've never actually met him. When we did the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation thing for
it's a month away.
No, the one in December.
December.
I met him for the first time. And he actually came up to me, and I was like, oh my God, I'm such a huge fan of yours. He's a great guy.
He is great. Who knew that 40 years later, with the war on drugs, we'd be fighting it again in a reincarnation with fentanyl on the rise in this country?
Bomb the stuff out of them, right?
Yeah.
And number 3, we of course one of the big national stories today is that Vice President under George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, highly influential, obviously controversial figure, you could say. He has died, according to his family, at the age of 84, long fought heart disease. Even in 2012, received a new heart, if you will, went through that heart surgery, and that was a high profile. And so Dick Cheney, dead at the age of 84, obviously polarizing this morning as we've been watching the coverage since early this morning. But remember, January 6, 2022, when he released those statements, went on Capitol Hill with daughter Liz and had said that he was, quote, deeply disappointed with his own party, with the GOP, and talking about J6. So just to bring you back to memory lane, because remember, he was then shaking hands and hugging and
what a tribute here.
I know.
Wearing a mask. Wearing a COVID mask.
I will remember.
I was just going to say, nobody does tributes like we do.
That's right.
We are a cold, callous show.
We are. But you got to look at this. So kudos to Justin Otero, because we were looking everywhere. I mean, I know some of you have said, like, Darth Vader and daughter. They're wearing these black COVID masks.
Oh, my God. Oh,
here they are with Jonathan Carl.
Leaning in.
Yep.
Here they are.
What are you primary? Look, I think that the future of the country is at stake. And there are moments when we all have to come together in order to defend the Constitution. How does Trump's influence wane, though? Thank you. Look, I think that a party who is enthralled to a cult of personality.
Cheney doesn't look right there. No. My Lord.
This was
dangerous to
2022.
the country, and I think that we've clearly got to get to a place where we're focused on substance and on issues.
Step back, you might get COVID.
So they're trying to get to
socially
him.
distance here.
But here's, here's Jonathan Carl, because he's the one that got right in their masked faces, trying to get Mr. Cheney. Here it is.
What happened 1 year ago today, and Dick Cheney was there. I spoke to him briefly before he walked into the House chamber, and he told me, I said, why are you here? Why did you feel it was important to be here? And he told me, it is an important historical event. You can't overestimate how important it is, referring to this anniversary of January 6th. And then he told me something that I think will make a lot of waves today, David. He told me that he is deeply disappointed in the Republican leadership. That is, those are his exact words. He said, I am deeply disappointed in the Republican leadership. And he was specifically talking about how they have handled the events of January 6th and the aftermath, and what he described as a failure to defend the Constitution. Strong words from somebody who was not only the former Vice President of the United States, a former Chief of Staff to a Republican president, but also somebody who served here in the House as a member of the Republican leadership, and somebody looked up to many of the people currently in Republican leadership as a mentor, as somebody who they admire. And he is telling them today that he is disappointed in how they have handled January 6th and the aftermath.
John. Well, yeah, I think the year will be 2045. That'll be 24 years after January 6, 2021. I say never forget J6 because we were told never forget 9/11. But 24 years later, New York's on the verge of electing a socialist terrorist sympathizer.
I'd also like to point out the disappointment goes both ways. I was a college Republican back in 2004, and I went and knocked doors for Bush and Cheney. in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. And I heard people refer to them as Nazis and warmongers, and yet I stood up for them. I stood up for my values. He couldn't reciprocate. So unlike the Democrats, we don't wish people ill.
Nope.
Right?
There you go.
So I genuinely am sorry for his family, even
He
though
does
he made
look
it to
a
ripe
lot-
old age. But
I'm stuck with that visual of what he looked like 20 years ago. He doesn't even look anything like that anymore.
No, he's dead now. So look at me. It's just, sorry, I didn't. That's just.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It was a debate earlier, Rooney. How do you think his legacy is going to look at him? And I think between Republicans and Democrats, I don't think it's going to be favorable. And I think Bush's favorability is great. I don't think his will be.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody tweeted us about an hour or two ago saying Bush's favorability is actually up 10 points in the last handful of years.
well, he was more likable, right? Like set the policies aside. But no, I mean, you could argue that the challenges that Trump is helping the Republican Party overcome, those seeds of discord were sowed during the Bush years, right? We were a party that started focusing on overseas adventures, too much emphasis on Wall Street instead of the health of Main Street. This is what President Trump is helping us undo in states like PA, in New Jersey, and he's having a lot of success. So again, don't wish the guy any ill. Sorry he's gone. Thoughts and prayers to his family. But while you never want to speak ill of the dead, you have to be honest about their legacy, and it wasn't a strong one.
Well said.
There you go.
We hate to end on such a dark Darth Vader moment.
Oh, boy.
Justin Otero, we had talked about the video that Nick Kayal sent us with the WWE. Is this what Nick Kayal is predicting or Matt Rooney predicting? We'll see.
I don't even know what this is. I don't even know what this is.
I don't know. Is he there?
Scared.
I'm nervous.
Do you want to just roll this in so we end like on a high note with men in tight stuff and a lot of muscles? I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't you send this to us?
What did I send you?
Justin.
What is this?
Do you have it?
Oh, this was in reference.
14-time WWE World Champion, a 2-time Royal Rumble winner, and now he's behind the scenes running World Wrestling
Hopefully you have the
Entertainment.
timestamp.
You're the best. Oh my God. I'm gonna let Dawn start producing the show.
Woo!
Yeah, we got to get to the White House part.
Whether it be a mentor, a leader, or an executive, his love and passion for this industry hasn't changed.
That we need.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen.
Where's the Trump part? That was the point. You don't have to play wrestling crap.
He's a Triple H fanboy. That's
Well,
true.
Triple H is the point of sending the clip. If anybody had read the timestamps, was to play the part where he gushes over Trump.
We have that, and we'll play it tomorrow.
That's a tease.
Thank you.
I just want to see
Well, I thought that's what we were
men's
queuing up
in
here.
tight shorts and a lot of muscles.
Yeah, I don't care about his muscles, Don. You can have the muscles.
This is Dawn's show. She just wants to see men in
look,
Speedos.
that's what we do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, like, we're outnumbered here. It's no longer chicks in bikinis. It's
right.
That's right. It's dudes and
Woo.
Yeah. And Rooney's got a hot dog cart to vend.
Like well-oiled men.
Yeah.
Rooney's hot dog vest.
Oh my God.
I'll take 2 Rooneys all the way.
For not the first time on this show, I was going to crack a joke, and I stopped myself. You're welcome for not getting us an FCC fine.
Yes.
Thank
He
you.
is disciplined.
go.
I
Yes.
hope Beth Ann Rosica, if you're listening, please
Yeah.
hang out because there's a lot of breaking news, especially in Chester County.
Somebody to answer the phone. Beth's calling.
Yes, yes. But I got to talk about, thank you,
Piazza.
Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah,
Thank you.
come on.
Find your Acura lease deals, your finance offers, and your special programs at your local Piazza Acura dealer, Ardmore, Westchester, Reading. Browse inventory online, including the all-new ADX, PiazzaAcura.com. Thank you, Piazza. Seriously, we love you, Piazza Auto Group. Thank you. They're very good sports.
Real quick, I just want to give a plug. Don't forget tonight, a live election coverage. Dom Giordano, Matt Rooney will be at Chitterelli headquarters. Make sure you tune in starting at 7 p.m. tonight. Sorry, Don, I just needed to get that cheap plug in there.
Yes, we have to. And also, we have our guys, Frank Scales, Ian McGee, right? Surge Philly. Please make sure you follow them. They are around throughout the area. New Jersey. They were in New York yesterday, but New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And so if you see them, give them a shout out. They're going to be calling in just eyes and ears. And you too. Woohoo. To let us know how it's going. Beth Ann Rosica will hone in on what's going on this election day and then zoom out to the bigger picture. God, we are jam-packed.
Don't move.
Stay right there.